Hello, everyone. Welcome. I hope you are having a good day. I know I need to adjust my microphone filter. So 1 second while I adjust the microphone filter. Okay. We have a brand new microphone that should be of higher quality than my old microphone, but it probably will have some growing pains as we adjust to it. So let me know. Tristan's going to be running in every 6 seconds to tell me that something needs to change. Okay, we've turned the gain down a little bit, but it should be nicer. The real benefit, though, to this is not that I have a fancier microphone. The real benefit is that now Tristan, when we stream with Tristan, will also have a real microphone instead of his laptop that he will shake every second and cause the giant earthquake noises that people were not big fans of historically. So that should be a huge improvement. I think the improvement in my sound is probably an incremental one, but the joint ones will be, I think, a huge improvement because he was using his computer microphone. Alrighty, so we start off with this puzzle by the Cogito. I need Tristan to put the names of the people in chat who voted for this puzzle, because I realized I did not actually write that down before I started. But it is a good reminder that recently the Cogito upgraded to being a windmill and has not yet gotten a windmill dance. So let's give the Cogito, the setter of our puzzle, let's give Cogito a windmill dance. Boo-boo-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doo-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doo-ba-doo. Woohoo! Ba-doo-ba-doo. Waha! Ba-doo-ba-doo. Waha! Wee-hee! Woohoo! Thank you so much for your support, Cogito. It means a lot. Great to have. And I hope you're enjoying our improved weather, because I think you live close enough to me that you probably are also benefiting from this improved weather. Oh, yes, I wanted to watch that speed setting thing, but the timing did not work out. It happened during my Survivor night, so I did not get to watch it. But yes, I have greatly enjoyed this. I'm sad it's going to be cold again next week. All right, so what do we have here? So these cells outside the grid are outside the grid. Oh, by the way, these are the people who voted for this, using their fancy windmill privileges. So the Cogito, Doomdiat, Luda, Tallcat, Russ, Math Pesto, David, and DDX, they all voted for this. Thank you to all of you for your support. As I said, thank you to the Cogito for upgrading to windmill, which gives them the privilege of voting for their puzzle. So I'm looking forward to this. So digits outside the grid are numbered rooms clues. So just to explain how that works, if this is a 3, then this cell is telling me where the 3 is. So it would be saying the 3 is in the 7th spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 would go there. So we have that. I realized turn conflict checker off, probably. I can never find it for the life of me. There we go. It is off. So this being a 3 and this being a 7 would say this 3 goes in the 7th spot. And so then the only actual rule in the entire puzzle is that I can't repeat digits inside these cages. And note, numbered rooms clues are, in fact, always also from 1 through 9. So we actually are going to get, like, these 2 digits are these 2 digits, which is going to be fascinating because I already see how that's going to work. While we see how that's going to work, though, let me go ahead and ask, is there a recommended bet tree while I highlight that these 2 cells are, let's say, yellow and green? So the thing I've explained, or the thing I've seen, let me explain it, is that these are a yellow-green pair. Because this is a set of the digits 1 through 9, and this is a set of the digits 1 through 9. Oh, I don't have a bet tree button anymore. Oh, we're gonna have to bet tree the old way. I don't know what happened there. Well, we'll have a bet tree circle. I don't know exactly. Probably something with a new microphone or something. I don't know. So the thing I noted here is that these are green and yellow, so they go in one of 2 directions. but they certainly can't go in this direction. Because if they go in this direction, these digits would both be 3. And even though conflict checker is off, they can't both be 3. And therefore, they don't go in this direction. They go in the other direction. So, in fact, this is yellow, and this is green. And I can do the same thing up here verbatim, and I know that these two cells aren't yellow or green, so I can actually make these red and blue. And now for exactly the same reason, we can make this blue and this red. And we can do almost the same thing over here and over here, except I don't know... Oh, no, I don't know yet. I know these aren't red or blue, because they go here, but I don't yet know if they're also not yellow or green, perhaps. Now, this does mean that these digits are always more than 1, 2, 3, and these digits are always more than 1, 2, 3, because the red in row 1 is certainly in one of these cells. Oh, in fact, I actually know it's not that one. So although this is a minuscule deduction, I'm going to take out 7. Same thing here. The blue is not in the 7th spot. Same exact thing down there. Those aren't in the 7th spot. So we've got all of that. Let's see. None of these digits are 1 either. I'm looking at things like 1, 2, 3s and seeing if I know anything about the world. Microstudy's right. This is actually eerily close to a quad. I only need to take out 1 more digit. Should we just remove 1 at random and see if it works? Oh, right. Green can't be 4, 5, or 6 either, Microstudy points out, because that's all in this cage. So green and red are each not 4, 5, 6. So that actually gives us a pair, actually. These are an 8, 9 pair. So these aren't 8, 9 anymore. Oops, wrong. Those aren't 8, 9 anymore, like that. How's that, Tristan? Let's see how that does. Okay, so... Hey, Russ, welcome! So we've got our 8, 9 pair. We've got 2 of 4, 5, 6. So these are 4, 5, 6. So that's actually interesting, because the fact that this is a 4, 5, 6 actually tells me there is a red in these cells. And likewise, there is a yellow in these cells. Which then tells me that there is a yellow in these cells, and that there is a red in these cells. Oops. Now, that at least tells me that these... Oh, red is the one I already knew that those weren't, so that's not super interesting. It is worth pointing out, as Dog says, same story happens over here, which is that I have not used different colors because red, yellow, green, and blue could repeat, but I could symmetrically do exactly the same thing, and so this would also be an 8, 9. This is also a 4, 5, 6. This is also an 8, 9. This is also a 4, 5, 6. Smart point to, again, to Dog. So we also have those things happening. Now, Ron asks, in box 2, where is blue? And in box 2, blue is in one of these 2 cells, because it can't repeat within a cage. And so, therefore, in this box, blue is in one of these 2 cells. Do I actually know which of these is blue? Because of this 8, 9, somehow. Okay, so... So if this is a 9, it's saying that's blue, and blue is 8. If this is an 8, it's saying that's blue, and then not telling me anything. I think. This is a fascinating puzzle that this is possible to solve, by the way. Do I know that these two aren't the same and both equal to 5? I don't think so. No, I do know that because if... No, I don't think I... Oh, no, I do know that because of the red down here. So that digit's not red. I guess I've proven that to myself like 16 times, but this digit's not red. And so these are not both 5, is what I... Oh my god. Yes, as Ron says, I just was asking myself whether it was possible to put 2 5s in a row of a Sudoku grid, which would, as Ron points out, be a serious problem. So we're not going to do that. So one of them is not a 5. But likewise, one of them is a 5, because if they were both not 5, they would be a 4-6 pair. And let me just show you what that looks like, because this is something, unless you've seen this trick before, that you have not seen, probably. If they're a 4-6 pair, say that's a 4 and that's a 6, what that does is this says this cell's red, but now the 6 also points at that cell. So this would be double red, except I know that's not red. So in fact, actually, I know that one of them is 5. I'm going to, I don't know, who knows? One of them is 5, and I'm tempted to try and remember that, but I think I have to corner mark it, but I'm going to misuse that corner mark like crazy at a later date and time. Okay. So we have that, and likewise one of these is 5. So that's actually an X-wing on 5s, meaning that none of these digits can be 5, because we need to use a 5 in column 1 and a 5 in column 9, or we can't put enough 5s in row 1 and row 9. I'm going to turn row and column labels off because there's no universe in which I'm using the row and column labels that are currently showing. So that means that there's no 5s in here, no 5s in here. Okay, what am I doing with that? How big is this? This is 8 cells. None of these are 9, I know. So either there's not a 9 in this cage, or one of these two is 9. Those are the two options. I bet I'm supposed to know which. It sounds like the kind of thing that I'm supposed to know which. Oh, sorry, it is size 9. It takes that clue too. Sorry, it is a 9-cell cage. So the 9 is in one of 3 places. It's either there or there or there. So one of those is 9. Memerister says that's important. I'd love to hear a story as to why. I mean, I believe Memerister. If blue is a 9, then how is it indexed in row 2? Oh, right. Blue just can't be 9. Because if blue is 9, that means one of these two is 9. Well, that one's never 9 because there's an 8-9 pair, so this would be 9, but then that would have to also be 9. So blue is not 9. Let's go ahead and mark that. And likewise, green is not 9 for the same reason. And likewise, these two are not 9 for the same reason. So we can just keep track of that. So now the 9 in here is actually only in one of 2 places. It's only there or there. So yeah, so blue is not 9. Blue is also not 1, for the record. Wait, no, that's not necessarily true. No, blue could be 1, never mind. Also, row 1, column 7 is not 9. because row 1, column 7 equals row 2, column 10. Right. These two, yeah, I am, because I don't have a good way to mark it, oh, that's terrible. I need to not use the betting tree color. The betting tree color is sacred. So Memerister's point is these two are equal. This isn't 9, so that's not. I didn't highlight the right cell. These two are equal. This is a disaster. These two are equal. By our coloring logic over here, I only haven't colored them because they might be the same colors. And therefore, this one can't be 9, so therefore this one's not 9 either. And therefore, actually, the 9 is placed, Memerister points out, in this whole thing. So, the age-old question, if you place a digit outside the grid, does it get a dance? The old version of the if a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound sort of question for the philosophers. I think I'm happy to give this 9 a dance. It feels worthy to me. Off-camera dance? Zach can just dance behind the monitor. Woohoo! Waha! Woohoo! Waha! Woohoo! Waha! Wee! Whoa! Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Zach having to learn to dance around the microphone again now that there's a new microphone. Let us see. So we have a 9. And so the 9 goes blue spots in front of here. So if blue is 1, then 9 is blue, and we know that 9's not blue. So this is not 1. And I know it's not 2 either, because 2 would put a 9 here, and there's already an 8-9 pair in the row. So that's neither 1 nor 2. I presume... Oh, no, that's not completely symmetrical over here, so I have to be a little bit careful. Blue's not 5, because if blue was 5, it would put a 9 there. Blue's not 8, because if it was 8, it would put a 9 there, and there's a 8-9 pair in the row. So blue is down now to 3, 4, 6, or 7. Oh, blue's not... Wait. No, sorry. I'm now trying to index this incorrectly. Let me not index this incorrectly. Oh, but blue not being 8 is actually big, because if this was a 9, blue would be 8. And so this is not blue. I see Memerister also spies that as I say it. So this cell's actually the one that's blue, which means that this digit's not 8. Or sorry, is not 9. It is 8. So this goes 8, 9, 8, 9 around the grid. Letting us identify that green actually is 8. Getting us some more digits. Let's see. Yep. So orange circle... I'm trying to understand why people think orange circle is now 8. I don't see it yet. I'm sure I will. This 8 tells me that this digit is red, though, so I'm going to mark that for now. Yeah, I think we started with the gain way too high, Garion, is my guess. I think the gain is still actually possibly a little high. So we'll try that and adjust downward, and maybe I will hope not to destroy any earbuds. Okay, so blue can't be 6 or 7, I'm being told. I don't see why yet. Orange circle looks left across row 2. Oh, right. Where is orange circle in row 2? Got it. Okay, so orange circle is here in row 2. That's people's point. Okay, I'm with you now. And so now if orange circle is there... No, that's not correct. Orange circle just is 8. Because orange circle is placed here. Sorry, orange circle is just outright placed there, making it 8, and that 8. And now I can get rid of my orange circles, because orange circle is in fact green, as we have known all along, perhaps. Okay, got it now. Orange circle is no more. Sorry, orange circle, we hardly knew you. So, yeah, I guess I can't do the same thing at the bottom, because the bottom is a little bit different. Let's see. I do still need to put an 8 here. So these are actually an 8 blue pair, just by magic. And so these are an 8 blue pair, and so neither of these digits is a 9. So the 9 in this cage is actually up here, which means that there's a 9 over down here, for whatever that's worth. Well, it's not in the column with a 9, so the 9 is in one of those two cells, for whatever limited stuff that might be worth. Red is in the 8th spot. Yellow's in the 4th, 5th, or 6th spot. I'm checking to see if I have any really easy to fill in numbered rooms clues. Well, this is definitely not a 1. I can at least fill that in. In fact, it's not a 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 either. This can only be... Oh, it can't be 8 either. So this can only actually be a 2. No. Sorry, I confused myself again. This is saying where the 8... No. Yes, this is saying what digit goes there. Sorry. Right, it's the index digit. I'm reversing this. This is just referring to the digit that goes there. I don't think I know anything about the digit that goes there yet. Okay. I know that red is not down here. I'm trying to decide if I can do something like place red in this row or something like that. Can I do the same trick with 9? Does this have to be a 9 for the same reason the one over there? It's still not 8. Martin is right. My logic that they can't both be the same still tells me it's not 8. The fact that I was backwards does not... Fortunately, being the same is not affected by backwardsness. So we have that. But yeah, as Jay says, maybe we should orange circle those two, just so the orange circle can have its day. Okay. And I know, right, I know the orange circle is here. Because of stuff. Because of our original argument, that just said that orange circle had to be there. So actually, orange circle is up here somewhere. Oh, I did it in the wrong cell again. Good point. I did exactly the same thing. So orange circle, in fact, actually is only in one of these two spots. I see something cool. This is awesome, actually. 8 is in one of these two cells. But 8 is also in one of these two cells. Well, I can't put the 8s there. Because if I put the 8s there, I've put 2 8s in this cage. So actually, those are the 8s. Which means that this is... Oops. Which means that this is not blue, and this is... So that's cool. I like that. So we've got that. Oh, sorry, Garion. I see Garion framed it as a Jovi wing. I saw it slightly differently, but same idea. So one of these two is an 8, just for the sake of noting it. 8 is green, by the way. Let's not forget that 8 is green. So no 9 there. Okay, yes. So the dog's pointing out the 9 actually, the same argument that placed the 9 here is actually going to place the 9 here, because there's no 9 here, no 9 there. Orange circle's not 9. orange circle is not 9, and therefore the 9 is here because this actually is a 5-cell cage, despite appearances to the contrary. Okay, so so this is an orange circle, and so therefore orange circle is not 1, because if it was 1, it would be 9, which is a problem. It's not actually 7 either, because 7 would put the 9 in a box with a 9. It's not 5, because that would put it in a row with a 9. Let's see. Do I have any others of these that would break? It's not 2, because that would put it in a row with a 9, and I know it's not there. So it's 3, 4, or 6. It's one of those. Let's see. Martin says orange is placed in row 7. Ah, orange is placed in row 7. Very nice. So this cell is orange. Just by the fact that it can't repeat in the cage or the rows, and it's not 8. Oh! 6 puts it in the central cage. One of these two is orange circle here, so one of these two is orange circle. Ah! Okay, so, oh no, that's not true. It could be down there. Never mind. 6 makes 9 repeat in a cage. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, yes, 6 does make 9 repeat in the cage. It makes 9 repeat in that cage. Very smart. Okay. So this is only actually a 3 or a 4. So one of these two is a 9. Same is true for blue. If blue is 6, it puts 9 there, which would make it repeat. So that's not 6 either. It's not 7 either, because 7 would again make it appear in a box that already has a 9, because blue is the country road clue for this 9. It seems likely that blue and orange are a 3-4 pair, but I think they could both be the same as far as I currently know. Oh, no, they can't be the same. They can't be the same because they're both in this cage. Beautiful. So they're a 3-4 pair. Good. So these are a 3-4 pair. A very strange 3-4 pair, but a 3-4 pair nevertheless. And so, yeah, I love this this dollar bill shaped cage. It very much excites me. So yeah, so blue and orange are a 3-4 pair. All I need to know is that orange isn't red, and then I can make orange a color instead of a circle. We'll see if we can get there, because maybe orange is red. Who knows? These could be a 3-4 pair. I'm not sure. There's probably a way I know that these aren't a 3-4 pair, but if there is, I don't know it. The Cogito is very cool. I can confirm that. I keep trying to decide where pink circle gets placed in places, and it's not a useful thing to consider. In fact, it would be quite detrimental if I did succeed in placing pink circle anywhere. So we should be careful not to do that. This is a 1, that's a 1. These aren't 3, 4, 8, or 9, but I don't know if I care about that at all. I also keep mixing up indexing and indexed. I probably just because it's a slightly weird sort of thing to be looking at here. Martin asks if it breaks if this digit's a 4. So if this digit's a 4, then that digit is red. That digit is blue. But then this is a 3. But then that seems okay. Potentially, at least. I mean, I know red isn't 5 because there's a pair looking at it in this row. I know it's not 9. Okay, I will write in all the possibilities and at least pick out the ones I know it's not. I know it's not 5. I know it's not 9. I know it's not 8. This might conclude the list of things that I know red isn't. Do I have a similar story about yellow down here? Maybe not. Can't be 3, 4 because of box 1. These would be a 3, 4 pair. Oh, Star Wars Origami on Simon today. Nice. I don't see why these being a 3, 4 pair breaks yet, but I probably am just missing a thing. I do know this cell goes here. And I know this cell goes here. For whatever that is worth. Yellow already sees a 3, 4 pair, I am being told, because yellow sees both orange circle and blue. Okay. So I agree with Garian's point. Orange circle and blue are a 3, 4 pair. So yellow actually sees both of those. So yellow, when I write out what it can be, yellow I know is not 8 or 9. It's not 3 or 4. It's not 5 because of the X-wing. So yellow is down to 1, 2, 6, or 7 before I even write a whole lot in it. So do I have any reason to suspect that it's anything? Oh, yellow's not 1 because it's here. Because if yellow is here, that's a 1. That puts a 1 below it. So this is never 1. I think the same is true of red up here. Oh no, 1 could go there. 1 could go there. That doesn't work. Yellow's not orange circle. So Tristan did it backwards just like I did. I was going to believe it. I was about to take out the 7. So, yeah, so 2, 6, or 7 are the options that I have for yellow, I believe. I can place 9 in box 1, says Satan. Can I? If I could, then I would know whether blue was 3 or 4. I don't think I know which of these is 9, however. I know this digit's not a 9 because of that 8, but that's not very big. This digit I know goes here. I'm trying to decide if I know anything about it. I mean, I know it's not like orange 8 or 9 or yellow or whatever, but okay, so row 2, column 6 is 1, 2, 6, or 7, just like yellow. Row 2, column 6? This row 2, column 6? row 2, column 7. Right, this digit that goes up here. So I can give those another circle color. Actually, I don't know if they're orange circle or not, do I? But these two are the same, regardless. Oh, I do know they're not orange circle because they share a column with orange circle. Fantastic. They can be blue circle. Actually, yellow circle. We've got, and it's not going to be great either way. We'll go with blue circle. Okay, so the claim is that this is also 1, 2, 6, or 7. Let's double check. So it's in a row with a 9, so it's definitely not a 9. It's in a box with an 8, so it's not an 8. Let's see. It wasn't 3, 4 because it saw a 3, 4 pair, and it does. This sees both blue and orange circle, so this is not 3 or 4. Like before. Now, before I argued something wasn't 5 because it saw a thing. Right. Blue circle in this box is up here. That's the point. Blue circle in this box is up here because it's neither of those things. And so it does see this 5 from the 5 X-Wing. So it is a 1, 2, 6, or 7. So yeah, so this blue is a 1, 2, 6, or 7. This blue circle. Okay, so everything does sort of continue to percolate. I'm wondering if I'm supposed to fill in these cells, because that doesn't seem good, but I'm trying to figure out if there's something better that I can do. Like, I know these cells aren't 3, 4, and I know these cells aren't 3, 4. So the other 3, 4 in this box is definitely in this column. But I don't think I know anything about it. Let's see. Doomdiot believes orange circle is placeable in box 2. Well, it's not there. It's in row 2, column 3 or 5 by Sudoku. Okay, so orange circle I know is different from... I don't know that orange circle isn't red. I don't think. Do I know that orange circle isn't red? I think the reason why I have circles is that I don't know that orange circle isn't red. But if someone sees a way to see that orange circle is not red, then we might have a stew going. One of these two is 8. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with these cages, because these cages look just awful in terms of what they actually are doing. So I'm trying to understand what thing is actually being accomplished. Like, this cage is ruling a 1 out of this cell exactly. Yeah, so orange circle's over here. So orange circle is in one of these cells, is what people are pointing out because of through the $sign cage. So one of these is definitely orange circle. And the point is, if this is orange circle, that's a problem because then I don't have a place to put orange circle in row 2. Because orange circle can't be red because it's in a thing with red. It sees blue, sees 9, sees 8, so it just couldn't go in row 2 at all. So that's never orange circle. So one of these two is orange circle. For whatever that is worth. I kind of don't want to pencil mark it, but this digit goes here, and that kind of interests me. Like, that I should think about where this digit is going in various places. Oh, because that digit also goes here. Okay, maybe I should be, like, Xing this. Okay, we'll make these yellow X's. Because I'm not at all thinking about where yellow X goes in the anything. We've got that yellow X. Yellow X is not 8 or orange circle. So yellow X is down here. So yellow X is up here. Please take a second to like the stream, by the way, as many people in chat are saying. It does greatly help us expand our reach if you take a second to click the little thumb button that YouTube gives you. I can clean up the 9 marks in row 1. That's a good point. And then Kajito suggesting I think about 9 in this row as well. It's not in a box with a 9. So it's in one of these 3 spots. It would sure be nice if I knew it wasn't here. Do I somehow know that this digit isn't a 9? 9 in box 8. 9 in box 8 is down here. Right, okay. Yeah, so in box 8, if I just ask where the 9 goes, it definitely goes in one of these 2 spots. And so the 9 over here is definitely in one of those 2 spots. But the point... Actually, I have no idea if this is a point at all, but that gives me a little Jovi wing on 9s. But I already knew 9 was there, so that doesn't immediately look useful. Oh, no, it is useful, actually. Because... No. Yeah, one of these is indexing... So, is the conclusion that this cell isn't red? I think the conclusion is that this cell isn't red. Because there's 2 universes. One in which this is a 9, in which case it's not red, because red's not 9. I think. Yeah, red's not 9. Or, this is 9, in which case that's not red. So this is never red, is the point. And so this is never red either, for the same exact reason. Because either it's 9 or that's 9, and because of this red down here, that's not red either. So therefore, this cell really is red. Can I do the same trick down here? No, because I don't have that yellow sitting in here, I don't believe, unless I secretly do and I don't know it. But I don't think I do. And so now row 1, column 1 is determined. It is a 5 by indexing, and so that's a 5, and so these are not 5 in the centers or corners. And so that rules yellow out of this cell, and rules yellow... Oh, no, it doesn't rule yellow out of anything else. So, yeah, so that is a yellow 9 pair. That's very cool. I liked that. Yeah, so these are a yellow 9 pair, for whatever that is worth. So this is a yellow X, that's certain, for multiple reasons, both because of indexing and because of what I said about the yellow 9 pair. So that's a yellow X, that's true. Yeah, these are 9 and blue circle. I agree with that assessment. Oh, wait, is that true? Yes, they are 9 in blue circle, right? Blue circle is now definitely not red. I don't understand the so blue circle is not 1 conclusion. Why can't these be a 1-9 pair? Oh, right. Neither of these is 1. Right. These 2 cells specifically aren't 1 because that would put a double 1 in this cage. Because if this is a 1, then its numbered rooms clue is also a 1. Okay, so blue circle, not 1. We had to rule blue circle out of that cell exactly in order to know that blue circle was not 1. Ah. Right. That's true. The 9 here, J40 points out, the 9 is definitely indexing yellow because these are a yellow 9 pair. And so the 9 is not opposite the 9, so it's indexing a yellow. And likewise, the 9 down here is indexing a blue circle. So one of these two is blue circle, and one of these two I can actually mark is yellow. Which means that these are... No, that does not mean that. Don't listen to me. So yes, can anything be upgraded to a color? That would be nice. I think Memrister sees two things aren't the same that I don't see aren't the same yet. I have a bad feeling that we're actually going to prove 4 of our characters are in these 3 cells, and then we're going to have to figure out which 2 of them have to be the same, granted that. Right, yeah, okay, so that's true. In box 2, so Kajito has it. In box 2, yellow is definitely in this cage, because it's not up here. So yellow is not the same as blue circle. Blue and red aren't the same as this. So I think blue circle is now different from all the colors. So blue circle, again, yellow is in the same cage as it. Red and blue are in the box, and green is there. So that's yellow, green, blue, red. That's all 4. So blue circle gets its color now. Blue circle can be orange, we'll say. Okay, so that has been upgraded to a color. So where is orange? Orange in row 10. Do we mean down here? Right. These are... So the point is now I know that these are orange. Right. Okay, yes, that's the point. Is now that I've finally upgraded this to a color, I can now actually mark, because one of these two is orange, it's actually putting an orange down here, which I, for some reason, made a different shade of gray. So one of these two is orange. So none of these are orange. So orange, do I know that orange is different from orange circle? Yes, because orange appears in this cage with orange circle. So orange and orange circle are different. Is orange circle about to get its wings? Because orange circle... Oh, I don't think I know about... I know orange circle isn't blue. I think I still don't know that orange circle isn't red, unfortunately. Oh, Ron is claiming they're different because one of them can only be 3 or 4, and one of them can only be 2, 6, or 7, so they're definitely not the same. But I think it can still be red. I thought this orange was going to do something, I'm not going to lie. I mean, the orange in this row doesn't have a whole lot of places it can live, for whatever that's worth. So yeah, so this is a 4 or a 6, which is really not saying anything, because I know that orange is going in one of those places anyway. Memerister pointing out that these two are actually the same because of how the 9s line up here. So these are either both 4 or both 6. And therefore I am told they're not both 4. Right, because if they were both 4, they would see blue and orange circle, which are a 3-4 pair. Wow, that's amazing. Okay. So the point is, because these either look like this or look like this, if they look like this, these numbers are both 4. If they look like this, these numbers are both 6. This is Memerister's beautiful point. So this number is either a 4 or a 6. But the problem is, if this is a 4, I've ruled 4 both out of blue circle, both out of blue and out of orange circle, but I know one of those is a 4. So in fact, both of these are 6, which is going to resolve my coloring. So that's 9 and that's 9. 9 has not been awarded the privilege of a color. This is not gray or 9. This is not gray or 9. So yellow certainly not 6, and orange certainly isn't 6 now, owing to that, because it's in a row with 6. So the question is, are orange and yellow the same, or are they a 2-7 pair? Orange and yellow are a 2-7 pair because they appear together in this cage, as Martin points out. So orange and yellow are a 2-7 pair. So this digit's not 2 or 7. So red's not 2 or 7, because red is in a cage with both of them. So red's not 2 or 7 now. Oh, right, we've got some indexing to do, because now that 9 is indexing yellow. I don't think this is really part of the puzzle, but I think it is worth filling in anyway. And so this is the orange, just from indexing. Oh, no, it's definitely worth filling in, because it lets me index where the yellow is going to go. No, the yellow is telling me where this goes, right? Yellow is 2 or 7. So this digit's either going there or there. Okay. So yeah, this digit goes either here or here. So these are a 2-7 pair, so let's just think about what the versions of that look like. If that's the 2 and that's the 7, this is indexing that cell. No, that's not the indexer. Never mind. I'm doing this backwards. These are the two I should look at. These are a 2-7 pair. So they're either indexing these two, or they're indexing these two. That's the point. I don't know that it does anything, but it's true. So either these two are indexed by those, or the other way. Let's see. Garian's requests that I put 2-7 in these. You can do that. Maybe put a 3-4 in a couple blue places. Red is not 6. Right, because if red is 6, then 9 is equal to 5, so I can get rid of that. So red is marching ever closer to being orange circle. Not to say that we're there or anything, just to say we're getting closer. There is a 2-7 down here. Oh, some people wanted to say that the 6 in row 1 sees that cell through the medium of that cell by using clone logic, which is which also works, I suppose. If red is here and a 1, it makes that also a 1, but that's not even innately a problem. We've got some yellow Xing going on up here. Is it possible we know enough about yellow X to know that yellow X isn't any of these things? We know that yellow X is not green or yellow. We know that yellow X is not red. We know that yellow X is not orange. Yellow X actually could be blue, is the point. Yellow X can be blue. Yellow X, if I write in the possibilities, which I realize I have never done, yellow X is not 6, 8, 9, or 5 just by its row. So it can only, in principle, be these. Does yellow X see both blue and... Hey, Alima. Blue and orange circle. It sees orange circle. I don't think it sees blue yet. Let's see. Does it see both orange and the other thing? Does it see both orange and yellow? It does see both orange and yellow, so it's not 2 or 7. I agree. Okay, so it is also 1, 3, or 4. So we have a similar conundrum where this is either going to be 1 or it's going to be blue. So it's a good thing we have been diligent about using our colors and our X's and O's, because there is going to be some overlap, I think. Funnily enough, these can't both be 1. Because if they were both 1, it would put 2 1s in this column. So one of these is a repeat. Maybe they're both repeats. I don't know what to do with that. Nicholas is talking about the orange X, which is like the only combination of color and shape we don't actually have. So Oh, yellow X. Oh, right. Yellow X. Got it. This yellow X can't be 1 because of column 5, because if that's a 1, that's a 1. Right. So yellow X is, in fact, now blue. So yellow X is blue. Thank you, Nicholas. So we can get rid of the yellow X's and just make all of those blue. Make that blue. Okay, so this is a 3 or a 4. So are those. This is a 3 or a 4. This is a 3 or a 4. Yes, orange circle can still be red, I believe. There's probably a uniqueness argument that it cannot, but I'm not there yet. Jack says this is one of the harder puzzles to follow. Anytime there's an indexing puzzle, it can be a little bit tricky to sort of juggle around exactly everything that's going on. I think orange circle is going to be red, but I think Meme is going to cry if it turns out that orange circle is red, so I am hoping for Meme's sake that orange circle and red get to live different lives. Let's see. Okay, so do I know anything about what's happening over here? Because these, like, if that's 3, 4, then we've got a fairly limited collection of digits that those could be, but who knows? Okay, I know that's not an 8. I don't actually know that this isn't an 8. Should I be asking which of these can be 8? Because maybe if I can identify that this can't be 8, then it would be helpful. But it could be 8 if that's a 4 and that's an 8. Can yellow be 7? That sounds like the sort of question that might be very useful. If yellow is 7... if yellow is 7, this is blue. Nice spot. Nice spot to Meme there. If yellow is 7, this cell's blue, and that repeats blue. So this is not a 7. It is a 2. So we get all of those. So this is that, for whatever that is worth. Oh, and so orange is 7. Let me actually follow through on the fact that orange is 7 while I am doing this. Row 10, column 4 is orange circle from indexing. Row 0, column 4. Oh, this one, right. Right, okay, yes. So this cell, got it. Okay, so this is indexing the location of the 7th thing. That's the 7th thing. So this is orange circle by indexing backwards. Okay. And so now finally orange circle is not red. Because orange circle and red now go in the same place. So now orange circle gets to be upgraded to a color. So orange circle can be purple. And perhaps more importantly for the memes in the world, red is no longer 3 or 4. Red is now 1. Because now red lives in a cage with a 3-4 pair. 1, 1, 1. Like that. Go orange circle, getting to grow up to be purple someday, like every color hopes to be in every puzzle. Orange circle did serve well. Being asked about purple. So purple's not in either of those places. So one of these two is purple. And so therefore, the question is just in row 1, where is purple? And the answer is almost all of these things are filled in. None of them are purple, and that one's not purple either. So that's purple. And so this is a naked something. It's a naked 2. So we've got a 3 and a 4 over here. Or whatever that is worth. One of these two is purple, but I don't think I know which one. So one of these is purple. It's not that one. One of these two is purple. Oh, 2s are yellow. That's a good thing to respect. We don't want to dishonor the colors that have served us so well throughout this experience. That's not 2. That's still a little bit of flexibility here. Row 2, column 2 is a naked single. It's not 1 or 2. It's not 3 or 4 because it sees both of those. It's not 5. I think it can be 6, but not 7 or 8 or 9. Yep, so I think this is a naked single 6. I agree with Garian's assessment. Let's see. I'm being told this is the only place red can go in this box. Right. If this were red, this is Jay Dyer's point. If this were red, then this would also be red, and it's not allowed to be. So, in fact, this is red. So that's a 1. So now... Oh, not quite. 1 is in one of these 2 cells, which is assuredly useful for some Sudoku thing, and I'm going to completely forget that it's true, and then you're going to tell me later that it's true. These aren't 3 or 4. These are 5, 6, 7 as a thing. They're not 7, or sorry, that one's not 7, because it again goes here. This is a 5 or a 6 only. Oh, 6 in box 2 is just place Sudoku-logically, which unfortunately is going to place a 6 over my thing that I said couldn't be a 7, but it's going to make that a 6. Make those a 5-7 pair. MicroStudy pointed that out, as did Martin. So this digit can't be that many things, because it's not allowed to be a 5, because there's a 5-7 pair in the column. Interesting. Okay, so it can be 2, 3, or 4. How infuriating. What about these? Well, one of them is a 5. I don't think I know which one is a 5, actually. Right. Garian has the way to see it, which is to ask where purple 3-4 goes in this column, given that purple's already in here. So no purple's there, so this is the only place for purple. So actually this is the purple 3-4, which means this is the 5 and that's the 2, and is yellow. Good use of the cage. In fact, this is like one of the best uses of irregular caging that I've ever seen. So these are a 2-8 pair now, for lots of reasons. These are the other ones. Mark will hopefully know. Well, they're not 2 or 8 or 3 or 4. So these are from 5, 6, 7, and 1. And as I said before, one of those is definitely the 1. Row 4, column 7 is not a 2, I'm being told. Right. It's not a 2 because there's a 2-8 pair in the box, right? Okay, none of these are 1. So yeah, one of those 3 is 1, but that's not super exciting. Can clean up the triple in box 3, right? I can just write this in. It's not 3 or 4. It's 1, 2, and 5. Probably don't need the colored background there anymore. So these are also some things. That one's not a 3 or a 4 because it sees both blue and purple. So this one's only a 7 or a 9. So one of these is purple. I don't think I know which one just yet. And one of these two is blue. I don't think I know just which one. Oh, did Mark not quite behave? I might just have to write this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 9. This one's still not a 3 or a 4 because it still sees both 3 4s. Got it. I think it just took a 9 out of that cell because it thought it saw that 9, but it doesn't really see that 9. Yeah, so what we're saying is one of these two is 9. And one of these two is 9. And so it's either the case... Yeah, so what we're saying is exactly one of these two cells is 9. I don't know how useful that is. It's probably not. Smart. Okay, so Garion points out this digit is placed here in this box, but that digit being placed there in that box means it's not a 5. 775 places a 7 over here as well. This row is now only missing a red, I believe. Seems to be true. So these are a triple. Let me get rid of the color. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 9. Or a 6, actually. This is a naked 2. Yep, it's a naked 2. Which makes that a 1. Which makes it red. This is where chat points out I missed a candidate, and all of this falls apart. I've been here before. What is it you're supposed to say? I've been hurt before. We'll go with that. If this is a 1, that would be a 1, but I don't think that's a problem. I think I've said that several times before. 2 is yellow. Oh, 2 is yellow. That's true. What does row 9, column 5 index now? Blue can't be 3. Good spot to Garion. That's nice. So now blue has to index that 2 or 8. And in fact, that 2 or 8 now has to be an 8 because it can't be a 2. So this has got to be a 4 because it can't be a 3, which makes that an 8, which makes that an 8 and a 2. And so now all the blues are 4. All the blues are 4. And the purples are 3. There we go. That assuredly did something. So that 3 indexes that 9. I'm sure there's going to be a million D things that I missed that are indexed by various assortments of things. but I, for now, perhaps don't see anything else that I can do. Row 3, column 10 can be filled in as a 1 because it indexes itself. That's true. Good spot to run. 7s are supposed to be orange. There are lots of non-orange 7s. That's true. These digits, I should know what they are. They're a 1, not a 2, 3, a 4, and a 5, not a 6, 7, 8, or 9. So these are 1, 4, 5. That one's just a naked 5 out of those. So these are 1 and 4. So that's not a 5. For whatever that's worth. That's not a 4, and that's not a 4 anymore. If we want to clean up our things. So the question is now, where does 1 go in box 6? As some people in chat point out. Because that is the 1 in box 6 now, because 1 can't repeat in this whole Houdigi. And is ruled out of those cells. So that's a 1, that's a 7, and a 6, and a 5. And there's some coloring to do, because that 7 is orange at the very least. And that 4 has placed the 9 there, Nicholas points out. I got that 9, but not that 9 somehow. So that's a 9. For whatever that is worth. This digit is a 3 or a 7 only. These digits are some things. They're from 1, not 2, 3, 4, not 5, 6, not 7, 8, or 9. These are certainly not 6 or 4, so they're a 1, 3 pair. These are a 4, 6 pair. I don't think that's sorted out yet. Let's see. In this column, we're missing a 2. We've got a 3 or 4. We're missing a 5 and a 6. And then no 7, 8, or 9. So we've got a 2, 5, 6. This is only a 2 of all of those, because there's a 5 and a 6 in the row. I'm being told there's only 1 9 left. Looks like that 9 goes there. Thank you to chat for noticing these sorts of things that I never would. This row, we're missing a 1. We've got a 2. We need a 3 and a 4. We've got a 5 and a 6, and we need a 7. So that one's not a 1. Yep. 1, 3, 4. This one's not a 1 either, actually, because that would put a 1 there. Can't do that. 4 would put a 5 there. 7 would put a 2 here. That all seems okay. My whole Houdigi in column 7 is resolved, Garion points out, because I placed a 2. So that does the 5 and the 2, and that does the 6, which does the 4 and the 6. It tells me at the very least that's not the 4. Todd says row 4, column 9 is not a 3. It would put 2 1s in the outer cage. That's a good spot. Two is placed in box 4 and is yellow. So actually, I think we only have 1 yellow left, so we should place it. It is there. 3 in row 4 is hidden, points out Martin, because I can't put it there, per Todd's point. I can't put it there because there's 1 in the column. I can't put it on the bet tree because that would ruin the surprise. So I have to put it there. Very nice, which makes that a 7 and a 4 and a 1. Makes that red. And that blue makes that blue as well. So no 1 or 3 or 4 here. So that is a 7, which is orange. That 4 and 7 look over here and make this a 3, which is purple. The artist formerly known as Orange Circle makes that red and that purple. Makes that a... Uh-oh. What did I do? Too many 7s in column 2. What did I do? Have I rewound far enough? I took 1 out of this cell for no reason, is the point. Because this cell is literally 1. It is not 3, 4, or 7. So this is a 1, which does make this purple and this red. Which does make this orange. This is orange as well. These are a pair. So let's just fill in this quad, and then we'll deal with it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These aren't 4 or 3, so those are 5, 8. These aren't 5 or 8. These are a 3, 4 pair, and in fact, I know the order. That is the blue and the purple. So that is the 4 and the 3. And so this is a 5 or an 8. Oh, this random digit is just not filled in or colored. Let's do that before we do anything crazy. 7s all need to be orange. We've done a fairly good job at that. 4s all need to be blue. We've done a medium job at that. I was just making sure I had my coloring in a place where I was happy with before I handled this. So this digit, by virtue of that being a 4, is a 7. By virtue of this being a 1, this is a 1. By virtue of this being a 4, this cell is a 5, which is going to make that an 8, a 5, an 8, and our last cell is a 5. So congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Welcome, ALFG, by the way. That was a really nice puzzle. That was quite something. The Cogito really knows how to make a special puzzle. I feel like every Cogito puzzle is some glorious construction of this sort. Oh no, what coloring did I miss? Let's see. Do I have some uncolored 2s? I don't think so. 3s, 4s, 1s. Oh, I have some 8s that are missing green. There we go. I completely lost track of the fact that 8s are green in there. 2 in box 3. Oh, yeah, 2 in box 3. There we go. Yeah, what a puzzle. That was something. I really liked the I think this is one of the most striking blank grids that I have seen. Yeah, that was quite a neat puzzle. Yeah, I generally am not a big fan of indexing mechanics, but I mean, you made me an indexing coloring puzzle, so if you throw in enough coloring, then suddenly it's enough to make up for the indexing. You just got to add in enough of the other ingredient. All right. I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be back with some other puzzle to be determined while I am on break. So I will see you shortly. And yes, I completely agree with Martin. Indexing puzzles are really easy to screw up when you don't have 30 people watching your every move, waiting for just the opportunity to throw Zeta stop emojis at you. That really makes it much easier, though, I will say. I will be right back. All right, we are back with a Renbon quadruple puzzle by Tyrgannus. As many of you know, I have a huge soft spot for Renbon. So all a Renbon means is that the digits on here have to be a consecutive sequence. I was going to say like orange, red, purple, but like 6, 8, 7. So they don't have to be in order, but 6, 7, 8 is a string of 3 consecutive numbers. Every Renbon needs to be that, or 4 consecutive numbers in this case. And these quadruples are just here to tell us that the 4 digits in the surrounding 4 cells are those. So they are 3, 4, 5, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 7, 2, 6, 7, 8, and 6, 7, 8, 9. So we've got all those quadruples, and that's it. Together with that, we get to make the puzzle. Has anyone done this puzzle who'd be willing to suggest a bet tree? If not, I will just make one up with my bet tree powers. I'm eyeing row 6, column 6 as a potential. If no one says anything. As MicroStudy says, yes, please do make sure to like the stream if you have not yet liked the stream. It really does help with everything. Okay, so there's an interesting thing going on down here that I notice, which is that 1, 5, 7, and 8 are pretty interesting in terms of what they do to the Renbon. So I can never put a 1 and a 5 on the same length for Renbon. 1 and 5 are already too far apart. And so, what about a 7? I think I could get away with 7. What about an 8? Could I get away with an 8? I should also thank people for continuing to vote for the Quadruples puzzles. It has been a delight. If this is an 8, I'd need to have a 7 up there. So if that's an 8, that's a 7, but that seems okay. Okay, well, here's a really easy deduction. This digit's not a 4. Maybe I should start here. If this digit is a 4, one of these is definitely a 2 or a 3, but then neither Renbon can have a 4 on it at all. So if this is a 3, that has to be a 2 for the same point. Oh, Sayori has a free digit. Sayori's point is, where does 1 go in row 9? It never goes on this length 3 Renbon, and it never goes on this quadruple, so 1 in row 9 always goes there. Swift spotting there. We'll get a 1 dance. Boop-a-doop, woo! Boop-a-doop, woo! Boop-a-doop, woohoo! Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. You ended up slightly upside down, but you'll be okay. Zach is a trained professional. Do not attempt this at home. Hey, Ambrose. So let's mark these cells like we mean it. So they're not 3, 4, 5, or 8. Okay, so I'm looking at just this trio of cells and seeing if I notice anything interesting. So for example, I noticed this can never be a 1, because if this is a 1, I would have to dream up digits that are not ever going to happen. I probably want to go ahead and mark these as well, because these are not 1, 5, 7, or 8. Not 1. Thank you. So we've got that as well. Is there any way I could put a 2 on this Renbon? No. 2, 3, 4, 5 is not going to work. So even just these two numbers are way too far apart, so that's never going to be a 2. This can't be a 2 for the same reason. So these are from 6, 7, 9. Okay, interesting. So if I want an 8 on this Renbon, I can't also have a 5, is the point. Because this is the only cell on this Renbon that can be 8 or 5. Well, if I have an 8, I also... Oh, no, Right. So this cell has to be 5 or 8, because I need a 5 or 8 on the Renbon. But I can either do 6, 7, 8, 9, or I can do 6, 7, 5, 4. And so I think this is always either a 4 or a 9, is I think the point of this, if I did that correctly. Chat will tell me if I did that terribly. That 5 or 8, it goes down here, so it goes here for sure. Those two are the same color. Because of this quadruple here. If this were a 4, it would be forced to go on there, but that's okay. Oh, it could be 6 with the others being 7, 9. That's right. 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 So the point is there's always a 6 and a 7 on this Renbon. And so these digits are never 7 because they see the whole thing, and that's never 6 because it sees the same thing. Oh, I can turn on row and column labels again, by the way. But one of these needs to be the 7, actually, in order for that to work, because those aren't 7. So this just is the 7. Which places a 7 over on this Renbon. Which is fascinating. I think conflict checking automatically turns back on, but it does not. So, good catch to Ron. So no 7 here. It knows from the corner mark 7, I guess. There can't be a 7 there. Okay, so the 7 certainly only goes with 4, 5... no, not 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So in particular, the digit 2 definitely goes down here. I can't squeeze the 2 anywhere else, so these two digits are not 2. I think Nicholas was looking at a similar thing. These aren't 7. One of these two is 7, but I guess that doesn't immediately tell me a whole lot. You can probably do a similar thing up here if I pencil mark these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 is too far from all of these numbers in order to live here. So these are from 1, 3, 4, 5. So I can't get bigger than 7 on here, at the very least. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. If there's a 1 down here, I need 3, 2, 3, 4s to go on the Renbon. But they would go in these spots, which would rule 2, 3, 4 out of those spots. And then I don't have enough 2, 3, 4s to fit here. So I can have a 1 there, I believe, but I can never have a 1 down here, Dog points out. So I can only have a 1 there. Of course, this is a 2, and this is a 3, 4. 7 sounds implausible. 4, 5, 6. Actually, maybe 7 is just plausible. 9 certainly sounds bad. I'm certainly not getting a 9. I certainly have... The lowest digit on this is at the very least 4. Sorry, there is a 4 or lower on this thing. So because there's a 4 or lower, there's not an 8 or higher. 4, 5, 6, 7 would just work. Actually, 1 here also doesn't work for the same reason, actually. If this is a 1, then these become a 2, 3, 4 triple, which rules 2, 3, and 4 out of those cells, which means I have to put all 3 of 2, 3, and 4 there. So I agree, this is not a 1. So now there's a 5 or a 6 involved. Smart spot from Sayori. If this is a 3-4 pair, this is a 3-4 pair, but then I've definitely repeated a digit on the Renbon. So there's a 5 there. That's gorgeous. So there's a 5 here, so that's definitely not a 5. It's definitely a 6. But if there's a 6 on this Renbon, maybe I don't actually know that. It's 5. Well, there's definitely a 4 on this Renbon, because I don't have any numbers high enough to not put a... I can't not put a 4, because even 7, 6, 5, 4, I'd still need a 4. This cell definitely sees that 4. So that's not a 4. So one of these two is always a 4. Okay, so now is a good time to ask myself whether this can be 7, 8, 9, and the answer is no, because if this is 7, 8, 9, these both become 2. So in fact, this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and definitely contains a 3, so that's not a 3. I'm just looking to see what I believe happens with the digits up here. Oh yeah, Nicholas would like me to remove the 2 now that there's 6. That is very smart. I believe that. Oh, the 3 or 4 that's here definitely goes here. So this digit's always a 3 or a 4. As a variation of Sayori's point before. One of these digits is a 3 or a 4. It always goes there. So, in fact, one of these digits is definitely a 2. For whatever that is worth. These I know aren't 6. That one I know is not 6. Okay, I'm trying to see if I know anything smart about this. Which I might just, but maybe not. So, if this is a 1, I think that's going to be a problem, because it's going to rule 3 and 4 out of both of these. No, maybe these could be a 3-4 pair. Maybe just. Okay. No 1 in row 5, column 4, or something. So row 2, column 3. I mean, if this were a 7, that would be okay, right? Hey, Ranks, how are you? I hope you've been feeling better. I know you have been under the weather for a bit. Nicholas points out there's a 1 in one of these two cells, which looks over here, which means there's a 1 in one of these two cells, for whatever that is worth. Just by magic. And of course there's a 1 in one of these cells. Okay. So here's chat's point phrased the way that it works for my brain. One of these is a 2, 3, or 4. One of these two cells is a 2, 3, or 4. That 2, 3, or 4 definitely sees this entire Renbon, so therefore this Renbon can't have a 1 on it. And indeed can't have a 2 on it either, for the same reason. Because again, if there were a 2 on it, it would need to have a 2, 3, and 4, and it can't. Because that 2, 3, or 4, whichever of these digits is a 2, 3, or 4, can't appear on this Renbon at all. That is my my reformulation of chat's point. This being a 3 also seems... Oh, no, I guess I could go up. I could go... Yeah, maybe 3 is fine. Oh, there's a triple now. As Ranks points out. That just is a 2. Because of that. So one of these gets a 7. for whatever that is worth. If this is a 3, these are a 4-5 pair, and then this is a 7. I guess I just said if this is a 3, this is a 7, but in a really complicated way. Oh, this Renbon needs a 6, I'm being told. Right, because it doesn't have a 2 on it. So if it has no 6, then I'd have to either be 3, 4, 5, or 7, 8, 9, neither of which work. So yeah, there's definitely a 6. Which places... Oh, doesn't quite place the 6. It puts a 6 in one of these two cells down here. Yeah, Sayori pointing out, basically, that I can corner mark 1s there. This Renbon I seem not to have thought about a lot. Maybe because I have both 1 and 9 pencil marked on this, and assuredly, if I think about it, I'll be able to rule out one of those. Maybe not quite, actually. It's plausible, I think. We can rule out one of them, we just don't know which one. Right, exactly. It doesn't have both a 1 and a 9 on it. We're sure of that. It's exactly right. Is there any way to make this Renbon without a 6? No, right? Oh, that's not actually helpful. I don't know why in my brain that seemed like it was going to be helpful. It was not actually helpful. One of those is a 2. Let's see. Can I do more with yellow? Let's see. Nico says something about the position of 7s in row 1. Ah, yeah. 7 in row 1 definitely needs to be on this quad, doesn't it? It just doesn't have any other places that it can live. And so now... because of that places the 7 in box 1. That I don't see. Yet, at least. Do have a Jovi wing on 7s, as Nicholas points out. And all that means is that I know that there's a 7 in box 2 in one of these, and a 7 in box 8 in one of these. And so that's the only 7s I'm allowed to put in columns 5 and 6. And so the conclusion of that is that one of those is a 7. So whenever someone says there's a Jovi wing, that's what they mean. Oops. Oops. Oh, my hand is in the wrong place. All I wanted to get rid of was the green. Right. We said there's a 5 in one of these two cells. If there is a 5 in one of these two cells, then we in fact can get rid of 5s in these. And we in fact have a Jovi on 5s in almost exactly the same connection. There's a 5 over here in one of those cells. Dangerous. This can't be a 5 because it looks at that pencil marked 5, Todd points out. Very good spotting. And that 3-4, right, also goes over here. So Garian's point is whichever 3 or 4 goes in here, there's also a Jovi wing in there putting that. So there is a 3, 4, or 5 on this Renbon. And so if this is a length 3 Renbon with a 3, 4, or 5, that means the largest digit that can go on it is a 7. So I might as well pencil mark this as being from those. That one I know is not the 5. Oh, and I know the 7's actually ruled out. So actually, this is only from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In terms of that. If there's a 7 down here, that doesn't really give me a problem with anything, I don't think. So yeah, whichever 3 or 4 is down here, of course, gets pushed onto here. Actually, oh no, not quite. I was going to say both 3 and 4 in this row have to be here, but not quite. That one can be a 3 or a 4. This Renbon is bothersome. And I do know that one of these two is 7. But I don't see what that does for me as of yet. I keep looking at my yellow cell, trying to decide if the yellow cell is somehow useful. I guess if the yellow cell is 5, this Renbon has to be extreme. Do I even know that there's one of the extremes that this definitely can't be? So do I know that this... If this is a 5, yeah, so... Yeah, I guess the point is, if there is a 1 or a 9 on here, then this is a 5. Oh, no, not necessarily, sorry. But if there is a 5 here, then there is a 1 or a 9 on here. 9876 would create a quadruple in this box. But that doesn't seem useful. It would make these be from 6, 7, 8, 9 as well, because these 2 digits would have to go here. No, sorry, these 2 digits would go there, never mind. None of that seems immediately useful. Actually, if this is a 5, it makes both of these extreme. Is that interesting? If this digit's a 5, I think this could be 9876. And then this would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, probably. But this cell's kind of interesting in terms of what it's going to do to this this Renbon. Tyrgannus, you vex me. And this 5 or 8 really doesn't do anything here, right? It doesn't force there to always be a 6 on here or anything like that. I don't think it does. Yeah, I do not believe so. Good, good. This is not a 4, Josh points out, because this Renbon definitely has a 4. So this is only a 1, 3, or 9. One only... Oh, is one... No, one has 2 places in column 3. I believe. The Renbon snippet in box 6. That's true. This does see the 158 triple, so these digits are at least not 158. Let's see. Is there anything better I can say than that? I mean, I know there's only 1, 5, or 8 on here, so I can't put both 5 and 8 on this Renbon. But I don't know how much that really tells me. I think I know I can't put a 9 up here, although this feels terrible. If I put a 9 up here, then I don't have a place to put the... Oh, I'd have to put 9 and 7, and then 6 and 8. Maybe that does work, actually. Garion is talking about how this Renbon can't have a 1 on it. I don't understand why it can't be 1, 2, 3, I don't think, yet. Oh, no, I do understand it, because there's 1s looking at it. Got it, okay. So there's no 1 on here. Get that far. And there's no 5 either, because the 5 is over here. So this has no 1 and no 5. And so if I try and make it from 2, 3, 4 or 3, 4, 5, Garion's point is that breaks this in pieces. And so therefore I can actually start at 6 is the smallest I could possibly put. And I know that one's not a 7. So that's actually very interesting. This is actually from 6, 7, 8, 9. And so it definitely contains an 8 as well. And that 8 aligns with this 8, ruling 8 out of these 2 cells. Okay. Oh yeah, and it contains the 7, so I can remove 7 from that cell. Nicholas would like me to do. That's like very close to a quadruple. This is a 6. These are a 7, 8, 9. I'm looking to see if there's some like interesting interaction over down there. So if this is a 3, that's a 5, and this is a 4, 6. Do I want to write down all the possibilities here? If this is a 3, this is a 4, 6. If this is a 7, then we've got a 7 and a 6, and then we've got a few options, unfortunately. I don't think I really want to write all of that in. Oh, do I know this isn't 1, 2, 3? Jay? Let's see. If that was 1, Because if I know that's not 1, I can actually place a 1 there. Oh, yes, the tree is camouflaging a 5. Does feel like there could be a classic geometry trick where I'm supposed to ask where these 2 digits go in this box or something like that. We've used that with the quadruples a number of times. Okay. So here's something. This Renbon always has a 5 or an 8 on it. That 5 or an 8 definitely therefore goes there. So we actually have a virtual 5-8 pair living down here. So these digits we can actually, we can eliminate 5 and 8 from the candidates of these, as well as 7. I know these aren't 6 because of the 6 pencil marked over there. It sounded more useful in my head, I'll be honest. It is interesting to know the other sort of... There's like A34 and A58 in here, and A34 and A58 in here. Is the basic thing to pay attention to. Is the question something about how many digits of overlap 2 Renbons that are set up like this can have? Like, they can obviously overlap in 1 digit. Is there a nice way to see they can't overlap in 2 digits? Like, this digit could certainly show up over there. Does that break something if this is a 5 and it shows up over there? I do not know. This cell seems not to be a 2 either. Is it possible? Is there something wrong with the world where this is a 3-4 pair? So I'm noticing 3s and 4s in this row are quite restricted. And 3s and 4s seem to be somewhat interesting, at least. I don't see it as of yet. It's certainly true that one of these is a 2. It's interesting, if this is the 2, it creates a 2 Jovi wing with that quadruple, and then rules 2 off of this, which would give us a lot more to say about this particular Renbon. But I don't see any reason why that should be the case. If this is a 1, then this cell is a 6 or a 9. I keep coming back to it, Alima. I don't know what to do with it. Like, it being a 5 seems like the sort of thing that should break, but it doesn't break at the level of look ahead that I am presently comfortable with. Yeah, Nicholas, the thing I saw out of that was that I noticed that these are the only 2 spots for 1 in column 3. I don't know how useful that is. It might well be useful. Ditto row 3. Yes, both of those are the only 2 spots for 1 in this row. This spot would at least be an interesting spot to place a 1. If the 1 went here, it would do a lot. Every spot for 3 in row 3 sees this cell except for that one. Sorry, except for this one. Is that interesting? Because 3 can't go over here because of that. So the only places that 3 can plausibly go are here, and all of those except this one see that cell. It's the sort of thing that sounds good when you say it, but I don't see what to do with it yet. Let's see. Mehdi says row 8, column 6 can't be a 6 because of 6 in row 7. Ah, yeah, 6 in row 7 is always up here just by our pencil marks. So this is never a 6. That's true. I'll take it. It's an improvement. Let's see. Is there some problem if these are a 5-8 pair that I'm supposed to see? Okay, so Ranks is believing these can't be 9. Because if these are 9, that's an 8. And then that removes 6 and 8 from the row 9, column 1, 2, 3, Renbon. Okay, so if there's a 9 here, that's an 8. This becomes a 6, right? That's the point. Okay, so if there's a 9 here, then this becomes 8, 6. And so that is an 8, and this is a 6. They both look at this, and I can put neither an 8 nor a 6 on this. That is correct. Okay. That is very well spotted, Ranks. So that's going to get us a lot, because now this is a 6-7 pair. So now that's not a 6. That's not a 6 either. So that's a 2-9 pair. So it's 6, 7, 5, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Whatever it wants to be, it's living its best life. That was quite quite tricksy. And now we have a 2, 6, 7 triple, Sayori points out, in this column. So that's not a 6. That's not a 2 or a 6. 2, 3, 4, 9 quad in this row. But yeah, sadly it doesn't do anything. But we have one of those. Alima points out. Also 2 in box 2. What about 2 in box 2, Kodak? I'm intrigued by the 2 in box 2. It's in column 5, but right, it's in column 5 by the triple. I already completely forgot about the 2, 6, 7 triple. That 2, 6, 7 triple tells me that one of these is a 2 because I need to put the 2 somewhere and I can't put it there, and so neither of these is 2. And so now this is a 6, 7, 8 triple, and the 6, 7, 8 triple tells me none of these are 6. Which now guarantees me, because this is now from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it now guarantees me the existence of a 3 on this Renbon, for whatever that is worth. Tells me there's definitely an 8 over there, but I already knew that. Am I sure? Did I screw something up? Uh, 9 in column 5 can only go in 2 places. Only those 2? That's interesting. So the 9 in column 5 is in one of these 2 cells, and the 1 in column 5 is in one of these 2. So both the 1 and 9 in the column live here, which means one of these 2 at least is extreme. But that also knocks out some 9 pencil marks from over there, as is being pointed out. But I'm now interested by the fact that either this has a 1 or this has a 9. And I'm trying to decide if one of those is bad. I'm not wholly convinced either of them is bad, but what are you going to do? Yeah, both could be extreme. Both extreme is fine. Down there. Six in column 4 points out Alima is definitely in this column. It's in this box. Do I know it can't be there? I would like to know it can't be there. If this is 7, weirdly enough, it rules 7 off of this Renbon, I am noticing, through the medium of this quadruple. I don't know if this Renbon wants a 7. No one ever thought to ask it, but we shall see. This is a 2. It forces this to be 3, 4, 5, which seems fine. There's there's a completely useless 2349 quadruple. I think I think I rediscovered that. I think someone else earlier discovered that and was excited by it, and then had the same realization I did, that it is not actually useful, sadly. What is going on here? This one's tricky, Tyrgannus. So if this is a 6, 7, 8, 9 Renbon, that makes these a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. Do we know something now that makes that a problem? Hey, Karen. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, there should still be this puzzle and another puzzle. Okay, the Cogito says if row 4, column 9 is a 6, it puts 6 in row 9, column 7. And then there's no room for 6 in this row at all. True, true. So this is not a 6. Okay. Kurobon says if row 2, column 3 is a 7, then this is a 3. I get that far. And row 3, column 6 is a 9. Agree. So then rules 2 out of the top right Renbon in box 5. Right, because of that 2. Placing it at row 4, column 4, because that can't be the 2, so that becomes a 2. And now both 1 and 9 are in row 5, column 5. Why isn't the 9 allowed to be here anymore? Row 9, column 3 is not 6. Right, it is not 6 because there is a 6 looking down on it from on high. In fact, there's a 6 over here pencil marked. I wonder if we're supposed to do something like know that there's 3 6s in these 3 rows. And we know where 2 of them are. See, Isabella says, isn't it just that this cell can't be 2 anyway? So if this cell is 2... Okay, so I guess I should start by just asking, what can this possibly be? We know there's a 7 and an 8 and a 9 not here. Because the 9's here and the 7 and 8 are on this Renbon. We know the 3 is on this Renbon. We know the 5 is over there. So this is almost immediately only 1, 2, 4, or 6. In fact, it's not 1 either, because there's a 1 looking down on it. So this is only 2, 4, or 6. I wonder if we were supposed to be odd even coloring or something. So Isabella's point is if this is a 2, something breaks. I don't know what breaks yet. 2 puts a 6 and 9 on the Renbon. I'm missing something. How does 2 do anything to this Renbon? I see how 2 makes this Renbon fixed. Oh, right. That's the point. 6 in column 4 is in one of these cells. Good lord. So the point is I know one of these 3 is 6. So if I make this a non-6 digit, then one of these is 6. And so that rules 9 out of this cell, which makes these 6, 7, and 8 in that order. And so the point is I've ruled 9 off of this Renbon and 1 off of this Renbon, and so this has to be both 1 and 9. Got it. Okay, so to explain that again to those of you who did not get it immediately, if this is a 2, because of the 6 in this column, there's a 6 on this Renbon. But because there's a 2 here, this Renbon can't have a 1 on it anymore. But the combination of that is that in this column, I know 1 and 9 are in these 3 cells, but because there's a 6 on this Renbon, that can't be 9. And because there's not a 1 on this Renbon, that can't be 1. And so this would be both 1 and 9. So that is not 2. So it is only 4 or 6. Definitely rough. So now 2 in this column is just placed, I believe is the point, because now the 2 has to go there. Which makes these a 3-4 pair, which makes me feel bad about all the time I spent trying to prove they weren't a 3-4 pair. So these are a 1-2 pair. No 9s there. In fact, this is just a 1 because of the 3-4 pair. These are not 1 or 3-4. So in fact, that is a 2 and a 6. That makes that an 8. Which makes that a 9. Uh-oh. I did something wrong. Oh, I see what I did wrong. So that's a 1. That was all good. And so that's a 2. But then I typed 5, and that was a problem. So that's a 2, and that's a 6. So that's the 5, because I can't put the 5 down here anymore. Made it way more dramatic my way. So these are 7, 8, 9. So there are no 8s down here. This isn't 6 or 9. These don't have a 5 in them at all. So this is a 5. So this can't be a 9. It's actually a 4. So that's a 3. So these are a 3, 5. So these aren't 3 or 5. So those are 4 and 8. These aren't 3 or 4. They're 2, 6, and 9. But that one's the 9. So those are 2 and 6, in fact. So 3 and 8 don't go together. So that's a 1, and that's an 8. This Renbon now needs a 2 and a 4. So no 3, 6, 7, or 9 there. Making that the 6 and that the 2. These, therefore, are not 9. Let's see. This is not a 5 or a 2 or a 4. It's only a 1 or a 3. That's not a 9, making these a 3, 4, 5, and making that a 7. Which makes that assuredly not a 7. Makes that not a 3 because it sees the 3, 4, 5 triple. In fact, it's the same 3, 4, 5 as that 3, 4. Let's see. Yes, I now actually want to know what the intended path was, because I'm sure we're nowhere close. That 1, 9 pair looks down here into oblivion, I suppose. This seems to have become not a 2 at some point, although God knows how. So that's a 1 and that's a 2. So no 7 there. No 7 there, which places the 7 there. This isn't a 2 or a 3 anymore. That's not a 3. This isn't a 1 or a 4. That looks over here, points out Ron. So that's a 4 and that's a 2, making that not a 2. That's a 139 triple, making that a 7. Yeah, this is very reminiscent of that time the other day when I was solving a Jay Dyer puzzle and we almost finished the puzzle and she was like, "Congratulations, you haven't found the break-in yet." That's very much where we are here. So the 2 just by Sudoku goes there, which means there's not a 5 here. So that's a 3-4 pair. See, we've got a 3-4 pair in this column. Maybe that's worth using together with Mark's powers. So these are from 5, 8, 9. Four in row 1, says Nicholas. Yeah, 4 in row 1 is placed. How did that happen? I guess we got like a quintuple of nonsense or something. That's a 5. Sorry, a 4. That's a 4. So that's a 3. Is the point because of that. My microphone is blinking at me. This is a 2 or a 5. Very good. Congratulations. Mark understands how Renbon work. Let's see. I'm very into placing 5s today somehow. That does seem to be the case. Let's see. These are some stuff. Isn't this one just the other 2-5? No, the other 2-5 could go there. Never mind. 6 in row 3 is in the quad. 6 in row 3. Right. So 6 in row 3 can only go over here. Because of that quadruple. I see. It's via that quadruple, not via the quadruple clue is the point. But that makes that a 6 regardless. Let's see. If this is not a 1, that's not a 9. If this is not a 9, that's a 1. Right. These can't be 6 anymore because, again, one of those is a 6 via microstudies point. One of these two is a 6. Good spot from J40. This cell sees that triple. So it can't be 8 or 9. So it is, in fact, 2, 5. That's not a 5. So we can get rid of the 5 out of those. 3, 6, 8, 9. So one of these two is a 3, I suppose. Yes. Where does the tree go in this box is a good question. So no 5 there. No 5 there. So 5 up here is somewhere. It's not there. 5 up here is in one of these two cells. If the 5 is here, then this needs to be 6, 7, 8, 9. Exactly. This would have to be from 6, 8, 9. Oh, we have an 8, 9 pair in column 2. That helps. Thank you, MicroStudy. So then I don't have to think about what happens if there's a 5 here anymore, because there's not a 5 there. Unless we want to just fancifully imagine what the world looks like where Tyrgannus set the puzzle so that there was. Column 9 needs a 1, and it does not go here, points out Nico. So therefore that's a 1, and that's a 9 and a 1, and that's a 9 and a 1. And so now that's not a 1 anymore. How did that happen? Ah, yes. And so now this is the 1. And so now that's a 9. Puncturing our way into this box. No 9 over there. No 9 there. That 6, 8 pair means that's a 9. So no 9 there. We'll see if I've screwed up my pencil marking. That's a 1. Now, that is no longer able to be a 9. That's not able to be a 1 anymore. Yep, we've got some stuff going on with digits and things. So you're already pointing out this sees this Renbon. So this Renbon doesn't have a 9 on it. And if this Renbon doesn't have a 9 on it, it definitely has a 5 on it. And that 5 can only go there. Smart spot to Sayori. Making that a 2 and that a 5. And that a 6 and an 8 and a 7 and a 2. And a 7 and a 6. Making that not a 5. So these are a 6 and a 4 or an 8. To make life work. I'm just going to mark these random cells that have not yet been marked. And see if anything good falls out. Nothing good fell out. Oh, 9 doesn't go with 6. That's the point. 9 does not go with 6 on a 3-cell Renbon, so the 6 goes there. That is one of those things that I'm sure someone in chat saw, and I just did not see them saying it. But chat is very good at deciding what numbers are consecutive with 9. So that 7-8 pair looks down there and makes that a 4 and an 8. Makes that not a 4. It's a 3-5 pair in the column. 3-4 pair. I might have to color these 3-4s, although I'm imagining I'll probably get out without doing that, but we'll see. Yes. Smart spot from Ambrose. There's an 8 Jovi wing, or if you prefer, you could ask where 8 goes in this row. Equivalently, 8 needs to go in one of these 2 cells, so that is a 9. This is not an 8. That's not an 8 either. It's only allowed to be a 3, 4, or 7. And now there's a sort of 8 Jovi looking down from here, glaring at that cell and making that cell an 8. Oops. Ah! There we go. So we've got a 7, 9 there. I'm impressed this still hasn't given up. I might actually go in and color 3-4s. Yeah, we may actually have to. I was thinking we were not going to have to color 3-4s, but we might actually get to color 3-4s. That one is the yellow one. So that one is green and yellow. And so that cell can't be a 4. Oh, that's the green one, though. That's the green one, right. That one can't repeat there. That one's the green one. So that one's the yellow one. That's the green one. Unfortunately, that did not get us anything then. Oh, no, that's not true. It did let us place green here. So that's not a 7. And so that lets us place the 7. So it does get us something. So that's an 8 and a 7 and a 9 and a 7 and an 8 and a 9 and a 4 and a 3 and a 3 and a 3 and a 3 and a 4 and a 4 and an 8 and a 4 and a 3 and an 8 and a 6 and an 8 and a 6 and a 3 and a 5 and a 4 and a 5 and a 3 and a bet tree. Congratulations to all the bet tree bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Yes, I want to know what the geometry trick we missed is, because I feel like I feel like somehow we in the really gritty part there in the middle, I feel like we probably missed some elegant geometry trick. It's like actually a set puzzle, and we're supposed to consider the overlap of the Fillomino ring with the quadruples that and the little bits of the Renbon together that with the Ard van der Vedering set, then you could something. But whatever geometry was in the puzzle, we definitely did not find it. But it was fun anyway, and it was certainly very intricate, as Kodak said in chat, as you expect from a Tyrgannus puzzle. But yeah, I feel confident we missed an elegant thing. All right, I am going to take a quick break, and I will return with another puzzle. Shocking, I know, but that's what we do around here. By the way, I'll take this moment to say, if you're new around the channel, please feel free to say hi in the chat. We're always happy. We're a friendly group overall. So feel free to introduce yourself. And also, if you're new around here, please take a second to subscribe. We just crossed 2,500 subscribers, so I'd like to get that up to 3,000. Ticking ever closer to my promise that I would eventually solve shards if we got enough subscribers. So we will see how that goes. But anyway, so if you're new, welcome, and please subscribe. Anyway, I'm going to go take a quick break, and I will be right back. once more into the breach, my friends. This one's going to be an adventure because it's a part castle wall puzzle, and I have done terribly at every castle wall puzzle that I have ever attempted. But I would like to be able to do a castle wall puzzle, so we'll see. All right, so let's figure out what the rules of this are. Yes, this is definitely going to be the last puzzle of the day, unless this goes far better or far worse than I expect. So we need to draw a single closed loop through the centers of some cells. Cells visited by the loop do not contain numbers. Good. Divide cells not visited by the loop into orthogonally connected regions, such that no two regions of the same size share an edge, and enter a number into each cell equal to the size of its region. Okay, got it. So we draw a loop, and the things that aren't in the loop we make into a Fillomino. And then there are arrows. Cells with arrows must contain a number indicating the total number of cell borders crossed by the loop in the indicated directions combined. Okay. Cells with arrows must contain a number. So I guess let's start. Do I want to start by saying like all of these are like some light green color, just so we can say these things are definitely number and not Fillomino? I think we definitely want to do that. So we're going to use some sort of horrible green color to indicate that these are... Yeah, there we go. That's the horrible green I wanted. That. We're going to use that to indicate it's part of the Fillomino, but we don't know what Fillomino yet. Okay. But we're going to do all the loop stuff first before I have to read what on earth an arrow means. And then hopefully by the time we get there, we're going to know. Because I can't have a loop go through here, because loops aren't allowed to visit green cells. So that's not loop. My loop can't go into here or it would die. So none of that is loop. My loop can't get here for all kinds of reasons. So, well, that might be the end of this. The end of what I can say for sure about cells that the loop can't visit. I was hoping for more, because I was hoping I could solve the puzzle without figuring out the other rule part, but apparently we're actually going to have to understand what the arrow means. So cells with arrows must contain a number indicating the total number of cell borders crossed by the loop. Total number of cell borders or total number of omino borders? Just cell borders? So, like, literally, it's just counting, like, it has absolutely nothing to do with the Fillomino. Is that what we're saying? Like, if this does this is just a 2 automatically, no matter what? Naverio has solved the puzzle, so I'm assuming Naverio knows. Right, that's right. They don't even have numbers, right. Okay, no, it makes sense now. It makes sense. Okay, so, I get it. So this cell's definitely visited by the loop. That's the punchline. Because this digit needs to be at least 1. And so the point is, if this number is at least 1, I need either that segment or both to be involved in my experience. So, and this can only be a 1 or a 2. Okay, I feel like I'm slowly on board. And it's all of them combined. So when I have an arrow like this, it's completely useless. But an arrow like this can only be 1, 2, or 3, and this one can only be 1, 2, or 3. Since this is at most 2, this is at most 4. I don't think there's any reason that these couldn't both be 1, though, that I can see. Let's see, these are at most 4 as well. Not those, that one. This is at most 2, because of that over there. If I have to type greater than 9, it's not a big deal, unless it's because like that can be a 19 very easily, or a 99 or whatever. It's only when they get to 3 digits that we have a problem. Let's see. This is a 1 or a 2 as well, while I'm looking for things that are 1 or 2. Although keep in mind that this is not a Sudoku, so... actually, all of these are... Ooh, all of those are 1, 2. That's interesting. Okay, so if all of these are 1, 2, that's got to tell me something. Let me fill in that this one's 1, 2, 3 while I've already counted it. And this one is 1, 2, 3. Now there's a good spot. I had not really noticed this, but Jay Dyer notices these 2 arrows look at the same cells because only those can be loop. So this is the same digit as that. So we're going to make that a little orange circle. Note, the green circle says the loop visits here. The orange circle just says these 2 are the same digit. Explain why the 1, 2, 3s can't include 4. Yeah, sure, Karen. So the reason is because even if it does the maximum length, it's not counting cells, it's counting borders. So that would be a 3. Like if it did this, it doesn't do that. But if it did that, it would be a 3 because it counts these 3 borders is what it's passing through. Is my understanding, at least. I think agrees with my understanding of this. Also, I realized in doing that, this one can't be 3. Because if this is 3, then I really can't make that. So just drawing that in was excellent, because I immediately realized this can't be 3, because if it's 3, it would have to be that. And that doesn't work. So this is not a 3. This one I think can be 3 still. And be okay. These are both the same for the same Jay Dyer point from earlier. And these are both the same from the same Jay Dyer point from earlier. So these 2 are also both at most 3, because again, they come from there. So we've got a bunch of things that are at most 3 hanging out here. So actually, that's at most 7. So even these ones that are going in a huge direction aren't that big. But these 2 are actually in the same omino, so they're not 1, is the point. These 2 I know have the same digit, so they're in the same omino, so they can't be 1. So they're 2 or 3. Does knowing that it's 2 or 3 tell me anything? Don't think it immediately does. I guess it tells me, like, the loop visits these 2 cells. I don't think I really want to keep track of places that the loop visits, because this is not a country road puzzle as much as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is at most 5, I believe. Right, okay, so point taken. This sees something in this direction and something in this direction, so it's not equal. Sorry, it's not equal to that or that or that, is chat's point. Thank you, chat, I appreciate that. So this thing, whatever it is, it's at least a 2, and it's at most a 5. And it certainly grows to at least here. We can make that coral. We'll slowly take away the horrible color as we fill these things in. Have a great weekend, Karen. Why does this need to take the cell to its right? Oh, sorry, no, this one, right. This one, yeah, this one does have to be bigger than 1. Agree. Right. These two are in the same omino, and are 2 or 3. So if red went into that omino, then that would be 4, is Ranksk's point. That's beautiful. I might as well, while I'm awarding things with none-disgusting colors, I might as well award these with a gentle blue. Just for being cool. Trying to decide if this being 3 is too forcing. I don't think these can both be 2, actually. So here's my observation. We're into bifurcation mode. If these are both 2 and that's a 1, that doesn't work, because then I've got to make my loop connect there. And I can't connect these in a way that works. Oops. So I don't know what that tells me exactly, other than that these are not both 2. If these are not both 2, that tells me this isn't a 1. So this is a 2. Yep, so the middle one's a 2. Because if this was a 1, they would both be 2. Right, okay, so this is a 2. So this is not a 2. We can do a digit dance for a 2. Woohoo! Wee! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and throw a bet tree down on one of these gigantic arrows that we're never going to get to. So you can guess what gigantic number this is going to be. So that actually lets me draw in some loop. This is definitely loop. This is now definitely at least 3. So one of these is a 2, and so these are an honest 1-2 pair. And so if these are a 1-2 pair, that tells me that actually the 2 gets that, and there's definitely a border here and here, and there's definitely a border here, here, and here. Because these are a 1-2 pair, and the ominoes are done once we draw in this thing. So that's interesting. So that gets us some more walls. Okay. Does that help in some way? Bye, Nicholas. Hope you sleep well when you get there. Okay, my red is at least 3. Oh. This number is 2 less than that number. Exactly. Is that interesting? Row 5, column 5, and row 7, column 5 are the same digit, so they can't be 1. Beautiful, Garion, beautiful. These two are the same digit because they're counting the same number. And so if they were both 1, it would break this because it would turn this into a 2 omino that had 3 cells in it. So those are not 1. They are the same. They can get a little blue circle just for reminding us that these two are the same. Oh, and they can't be 2 either. Woohoo! Because this is a 1-2 pair, right? So in fact, they are 3. Excellent, excellent. We're moving right along. We've got 2 segments of loop and 3 digits in a 15 by 15. We're going to have this done in no time. So if that's a 3, that makes this a 5. So that's a 5 as well. Oh, it's not blue though. So that's going to go there. Yeah, red is just literally the sum of these two, so it is 5. Why must these be a 1-2 pair? Oh, do I know that they're not one? Oh, because the 2 has to get out. Because this 2 either goes up or goes down, because it could not go there. So there has to be at least 1 2, and there can't be 2 2s. This is a corner. So, in fact, actually, because that's a corner, this 3 needs to get out. So that's a 3. So that's a 5, and that's a 5. We can start doing some more coloring. So these are no longer mint. They are coral. We can bring that down and that down. This 3 has to get out down here. This 3 has to get out down here. Thank you. Let's see. This can get upgraded to a slightly keener green. Let's see. So that 3 being a 3 actually loops this whole thing. And so that whole thing being looped, and actually that's a corner, that lets me finish the 3 with the keen green. There we go. These can also be keen green. I'm sure everyone is loving this color of green. This can't be a 1, so it's got to be the 2, and that's a 1. So we can draw in those. That's a 1 as well, actually. So we can do that. We can get rid of our orange circles now. This being a 2 means that happens. This is not a valid thing, so that happens. And so can't close the loop, so that happens. That happens like that. Now this 1 tells me that this goes up. Yes, I should give the 2 Fillomino a color, but I don't know that I want to give it one of these colors. So I think I want to go in and give the 2 Omino, let's give it that, like, pinkish color. This can get the dreaded color, because it can't be loop anymore. And this Omino needs to grow, so that can't be loop either. So this loop, in fact, grows out here. If this is 3, that's a 2. Oh, I know there's 2 loop segments this way. So I actually know that this is a 3. Because this 5 is counting 3 loop segments in this way, so it must be counting 2 in this way. So now this thing is counting those 2 plus this 1, it's a 3. So that finishes the keen green, as we've been calling it. So there we go. So that is done. Okay, so this cell cannot be a 2. Oh no, it could be a 2 if it grows that way. Otherwise, this cell is freaking enormous. That's the only other option. So we don't know. This thing is at least... Oh, I guess it's only at least 2. That's not super exciting. That looked like a lot of loop, but it's actually only counting at least 2, so it's not actually all that exciting in the grand scheme of things that we have. This cannot be blue. That's true. Okay, so J. Dyer points out this can't be blue, because if it's blue, it makes blue 3, and then it touches a 3. So this is something, and the something is not a 1, so the something grows. Okay, that was very well articulated by Jay. And so now this just can't be a 3, because there isn't 3 left for loop. There's only 2 left for loop, and so now blue is actually that somewhat sickening pinkish color. instead of that, because now these are 2s, and so they are that color. So we've got all of that. This is a corner for the loop. Oh, wait, no, I don't know. Sorry, I was going to say it's a corner, but it doesn't have to be not Fillomino. This could be Fillomino. Like, I could have a 2omino there or something like that. But this omino now does the thing I thought it did originally, which is, as Microstudy points out, it sees 1, 2, and 3. So this ominos its way. Let's give this omino a color. We'll de-sicken it, because it is a respectable omino. It's going to grow at least to here. I have to keep in mind the omino can merge into one of these. It cannot merge into the 1, of course. The 1s should get a color, by the way. Let's make the 1s... I usually do something insulting to the 1s, but let's give them a nice rust color this time. I know this is a border, of course, because this is at least 4. This is a corner, I believe is what Ranks is pointing out, because the loop has to continue somewhere, and where's it going to go? It's only going to go there. If this turns this way, I have a parity problem. Because if this loop turns this way, the problem is I now have 3 loop ends. Let me just do this in bifurcation mode. The point is now these 3 loop ends are trapped into a little island, and I can't close 3 I can't close 3 things. So that's a problem. So that doesn't go that way. It bifurcates that way instead. Which now means that this is a dead end. So it can't be part of the loop, so it can be greenified. This is a corner now, thanks to our dead end counting, and I refuse to believe it is for any other reason. So the loop turns. This can only be a 2 or a 3, in fact, because the loop's going to have to make it through here one way or another. So this is a 2 or a 3. People are pointing out that I can do the same bifurcation trick here. If the loop turns here, now in this little area that I have highlighted, you can see there's an odd number of loop ends, and you should not have an odd number of loop ends isolated in an area. So I agree with people. We should not do that. So the loop should turn this way, which now gives us another of these sort of 2 things. There we go. Oh, this is a corner. So it does that at least. And blue actually now comes here. So this thing that was previously small is now at least 4. I can draw my border over there, and of course over there, and over there, and over there. So this is 4 or 5. Row 4, column 1 is definitely at least 3, points out Emily. That's very true, because it sees 3 already. Oh, Lord, it sees a ton, because it sees that. It's actually even worse than that. It's at least a bajillion. So in any event, it definitely gets up here. Yes, so it is at least a bajillion, more or less. And so in particular, actually, if I start coloring it, we're going to see something. So I'm going to make these yellow. Yellow can't take this cell, because this cell definitely sees more than this cell. So this is actually a hard border, which forces yellow to turn here. So yellow at least does that. That loops the loop through here, like that. This is at least 2. So whatever this is, I'm just going to give it a like light blue color for now. Whatever it is, it's at least 2. Yellow again has to be at least 6. So yellow definitely comes here. As I cycle through all the palettes, we try and make sure we don't create the incident with the yellows that we've had in the past. Okay, I don't think I know whether this one is the thing or not. I do know yellow has to grow, but do I know this cell can't be yellow? I do now know that this is actually, I believe we've historically called this color carnival cake. But whatever that is. So now this loop is forced through here. Now this certainly can't be loop. So this is green for sure. Okay, so now we actually have the entire area here broken down. So yellow is again at least 5, 6. Yellow is at least 7. So you have to keep that in mind as we contemplate our existence. This thing's not 1. I'm going to go ahead and give it a different color. Can be red. At the very least, it's 3. So red is going to make it at least out to there. Like that. Oh, probably, actually, our loop probably doesn't want to dead end. So that happens. Okay. Oh, I have a vertical segment in column 8. Wait, I already counted that. That is 3. So that is only 3 unless there's an extra segment I don't know about, Ron. So if this is yellow, then yellow is 7. Which seems just barely plausible with what we know going on here. If blue is 3, let's see, I'm trying to read this point. If blue is 3, then yellow is at least 8, but it doesn't work. If blue is 3, that's the point. If blue is 3, it's saying there's 3 loops down here, plus 1 here, that's 4, plus here, that's at least 4, that's at least 8, but there aren't enough cells for 3 plus 8. So this can't be blue. So blue, in fact, is 2, and is carnival cake, we'll go ahead and say. Let me draw in my border around, just so that we can do that. Okay, so blue has been carnival cake all along. And so that means column 1 has no more vertical loop. Hey, Tyrgannus! I hope you are doing well. So there's no more vertical loop, which means the loop just can't enter these cells at all. Because if the loop enters these cells at all, it would need to be a vertical loop. And so that does not work. So we get all of those are not loop. Let's see. If this is not yellow, both of these are yellow. Let's see. is delightful. Let's see. Okay, so that's at least 3. For a puzzle that I looked at and assumed was going to be terrifying, this has been very smooth so far. Not that it hasn't been tricky, but this has been pleasant. I guess I know all of those borders are borders. Yellow can't be 8 because of column 3. Oh, there just isn't room for 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, yellow's at most 7, actually. Yellow is maxed at 7. So yellow can't be 8. So yellow is 7, because we said yellow's at least 7 before. And so this is a 4, is Jay's point. Yeah, so yellow is at most 7 and a minimum of 7. And so we get to border in some stuff. Yep, so blue is 4. I had to talk through it because in I just could not quite get it in my head. Whatever this is, it grows here for sure. Which is going to force this thing over here. Regardless. So this is certainly a border. Yeah, I know there's 2 down here somewhere. Ah, yeah, that's true. That's true. Garion has a smart point. If the loop turns up here, it does this, which now makes this thing a minimum of 4, but it can't. Because we've just capped it off at 3. So the loop doesn't do that thing I just said. It does that thing instead. Which means that this definitely now is not loop, and this definitely isn't loop. And we get a border here. Intriguing. This is at least 3 in size, so it needs to grow again. I'm still sort of finding my notation as I go, but this is at least 3, so it needs to grow. Regardless of anything of that sort. This is at most 3 and at least 2. So this is either 2 or 3. And this cell is also either 2 or 3. Because of that. This is now actually at most 3, because there's only 3 things left. It's not a 4 anymore. Oh, that forced this. That forced this is the point. Because now 1, 2, 3, 4, these all have to go like that. That is what I think chat is telling me. So that now makes there be a border here. Can this thing be 3? I don't see a reason why it cannot be 3, I don't think. J40 with a smart point. I can't do this. And it's slightly complicated to see why, but the reason why you can't do this is that if I do this, then I have to ask myself, what happens if I turn up here? And the answer is you get this odd loop problem. And so you'd have to turn down here instead, but now this clue is a 0. And that's not going to work either. So we can't turn down there. So instead, we have to do that. And so this is now a corner, which forces that, which has indeed made this a 2. For sure. Let's see. So now this loop has to continue. And so now, actually, that has had to continue. We now have a minimum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a minimum of 5, so it certainly connects there. And it's a minimum of 5 and a maximum... Oh, it's a maximum of infinity. Never mind. But certainly there's a border here because this thing does not go into there. Oh, actually, this thing is, again, it's at least 5, so it actually has to go here for sure. So this is now a corner. There has to be some loop in here, funnily enough, because if there is no loop in here, this is a 3-cell 2-omino, which is a problem. So there's some loop in here, and if there's some loop in here... Still trying to figure out exactly how to parse that all out. Right, it has to enter and exit. That's the way to say it. It has to do both of those things, because otherwise there's no loop in here. And now once it's done that actually bumped up the minimum on this, because now this is a minimum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so therefore that is noxious green. This is now a dead end, so it's noxious green. And so we actually get to make our loop here like this. So now this is a 2 and this is a 3. We can put our carnival cake in here. So we'll go ahead and do that. Is carnival cake even a thing, by the way? I don't even know. Let's make this the keen green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. This cell is at least 3. And so if it's at least 3, it actually has to take this entire thing, making it a 7. And fortunately, we have a color for 7, namely 7s are this yellow. We will not repeat the 7 thing again. So this is a 7. So let's... Oh yeah, I don't quite know enough to actually count it yet. I do not believe. Okay. So this is at least 2. That's got to be exciting. Actually, this loop, we know how it goes. It certainly doesn't close. So I guess I should do this in the bifurcation palette, technically. If this does this, we have a problem, which is that we have completed the loop. So we should not do that. So we should do that, which forces that, which then finishes this red 5. Not that color, apparently. Not that color either. It's that one. There we go. There are a lot of very similar shades, just to tempt me into drawing similar shades next to each other. Okay, so this is going to fall down here. Why is there an X over here? I don't know. How long has that been there? No one knows. So... what else shall we do? Oh, I know this is at least 4 now. That is the most minuscule possible deduction, but we can rust this cell because of this being at least 4. Not quite. There's a disgusting thing that can happen here, but I guess the question is, what's the most vertical segments this could possibly take? I think this is what MicroStudy was talking about, and the answer is it's at most 2. So this is only a 1 or a 2 now. This is actually even quite restricted, because it takes 3 over here, plus 1 is 4, and then it could take up to 5 or 6. So this is 4, 5, or 6. How on earth is it decided that this is the first thing it should mark as red? I don't know. It is a complete mystery to me how somehow conflict checker is on. We have entered this many digits into the puzzle, and it's like, oh yeah, that's not right. Okay, well, we'll turn conflict checker. We'll let conflict checker have a break. Okay, it's being claimed it actually can't be 5. If it was 5, my loop would have to do... No. Oh, right, because it either takes this or it doesn't. And so it either goes up by 2 or not. That must be what Sven saw. I'm just checking to see if it does do that, what it does to this 3. If it does the 6. If it's the 6 version, then the 3 escapes out here. And now that's a 1 and that's a 2. But it seems okay to me. Oh, if it goes down, it breaks the 7. Okay, so it's going to force all those things I just said, if I count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If it goes down, it goes to 7, 8 is the point. Beautiful. So it does not go down, because it would get up to 8. So that turns that way, which forces that, which does make this a 6. Not that. Makes that a 6. Which makes this 3 finish in exactly the way that we had previously articulated. So keen green, more power to you. Okay, so we've got that looking like that. The loop certainly turns here. This is a very interesting cell because now it can't be loop. But what on earth is it? It's at most 2, but it's not 2, so it is in fact 1. Making it a little bit rusty, making this a 2. So let's go ahead and fill in our rust, which is that rust, I believe. So we've got that. I can certainly draw in a border there. I want to have 2 things up here. Actually, there's only one way I can do that, which is to do that, I believe. And so this must be in because that needs to not be a 0, but it's only a 1 for sure. So it gets to be rust. Actually, it gets to be rust after I delete its old color. So this red gets to join all of these, which means it's not actually red. It's actually this slightly coral off red, which is 5, because that's the only thing it can be. And therefore we can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this must connect down like that. Otherwise it would be too many. So this is a monomino, so we can just rust bucket it right away. Can do that. This is a corner. This is also a monomino. Wow, monominos everywhere. Also rust bucket. Let's go back to rust bucket. Is that rust bucket? I think that's rust bucket. I think I might have started mixing different rust buckets. Let me just select all the ones and make them all rust bucket. Let's see. Is that one? No. Is that one? It's that one. There we go. Because you should be this one. 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 There we go. Okay. So there we go. That's a 1. And this hangs around here. And this loop needs to do some extending. Hopefully my 7 is actually at 7, because I don't think I have a lot of options. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no, I do, because I get to do one more vertical thing in this one. Okay. So that's my 2. It's gonna be Carnival Cake eventually. Feels more like a Merlot. I feel like Merlot should be just a bit purpler, but now I want a glass of wine. Although I'm sure you can imagine what me on a glass of wine would be like. 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's no more vertical loop in column 8, but there can still be crisscrossing horizontal loop through column 8. So yeah, we could, if we want, we can do this sort of thing, which I always am hesitant to do. But then also, when I don't do it, then I forget things that I should know, because I tell myself I'll know them, and then I don't. This is now an alleyway, so it loses its ability to do some stuff. Let us see here. I feel like we've just suddenly completely run out of relevant clues. Like, very much all at once, things have sort of fallen apart. Let's see, column 8. Right, this definitely has to be sickly, as Ambrose says, because otherwise it would be a corner. And this is sickly, because otherwise it would be, well, it would be even worse than a corner. So we've got those in there, at least. Okay, so now this can't be as high as 4 anymore, which is interesting. Unless this is here, these two are the same, but there's nothing in particular wrong with that, I don't think. This number is actually now pretty small. It's now at most 3, actually, because now there's just nothing else up here. So this is now a 1, 2, or a 3, which is getting a little bit interesting with all of its 1, 2, 3 friends. So this is also a 1, 2, 3 by the Fillomino trick, that if it was bigger than 1, 2, 3, where would it go? We might be able to bifurcation palette our way into saying it's not 1, but I'm not sure. I think it's a very inoffensive green for that also looks slightly like a zombie. Just slightly zombie. These two are the same, which doesn't seem super useful yet. Tristan has found a zombie emoji. Excellent, excellent. I do know some random thing from one of these. I know some random thing from this 7, right? Because the 7 is currently at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I know there's exactly 1 vertical bit through here. Is there anywhere where it's obvious that vertical bit isn't? Not to me, I don't think. But probably to someone in chat, it will be obvious that one of these can't be that vertical segment. But there's only 1 vertical segment. All the rest are kaput. Row 1, column 3 is 1 by uniqueness. I think I would probably buy that. Setting these sorts of puzzles is always a nightmare to make sure that it ends up being unique. I was actually quite surprised how readily Denver ended up being unique. Like, there's never a point where it sort of something broke because it wouldn't be unique, which was surprising to me. This is at least 2. And at most 4, 5, 6, 7, and at most 7. I don't really want to pencil mark that this is between 2 and 7. If I'm being completely honest. I feel like there's some combination of these 1s, 2s, and 3s that's going to screw up, and that's what I'm supposed to be noticing. Like, all of these cells are 1 or 7, because there's 8 total of them. So that is Garian's first point. And all of them, Garian says, make row 15, column 4, loop. Sorry, I bonked the microphone. I don't know how traumatic it was, but it was I did accidentally hit it. I'm still getting used to having it, like, far away from me, which is, like, the way that the fancy microphone works, apparently. It's quite melodic. Okay, so let's think through this. So if this is a 1, there's no vertical loop segments here at all, in which case this is an X. And so then this just, because there needs to be loop here, it's that. Okay, so that is one case. So if this is a 1, there's definitely loop running through here. If this is a 7, then I need to have loop to be there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need loop in all of those spots. And if there's loop in all of those spots, the thing is, there's currently no loop over here, and I need an even number of loop segments over here, an even number of loop ends, and so that's either 0 or 2, but 2 would be an enormous problem because I'd have 2 different loops. So this would instead turn that way, which would then make this loop anyway. Wow, that's complicated, but I believe it. So the point is that always we make that connection, which makes this a vertical segment. So there's something wrong with, like, going into this cubby or not going into this cubby. That is this can't actually be all that big, for whatever it's worth. I don't think it's worth very much. The Fillomino on the bottom left is a bit ominous. I feel like this has got to be it, but I definitely am not seeing the... Like, I keep trying, like, making some of these 3 to see what happens, and then, yeah, this can be a 1 while that's a 2. That's okay. Unless it, like, grows in some weird way. I keep, like, thinking there's some sort of loop parity problem if one of these is a 3, or, like, if that's a 3, it sort of separates the grid. But I don't think there's immediately a loop parity problem. I think it would just mean both of them would turn this way or both of them would turn this way, but I think that's okay. Row 8, column 15, and row 9, column 15 are not the same, says Renbon. Because in this row, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 already. So this already sees 6. This in the row, this sees 0 in the row, but at most it would see 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's never going to get to that. So these are not the same. I agree. So this in particular has to grow to one of these two cells, and whichever one it grows to, it's going to force an awful lot to be true about the loop. Because if it grows there, it's going to force the loop to come through here. If it grows here, it's going to force the loop to come through here. In fact, this can just never not take this cell. Mark with a 100-minute video, what did he solve? If this doesn't take this, it just can't get big enough, because this needs to be at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is at least 8 in size. If it doesn't grow here, it's not getting to 8. So these, in fact, are the same, which then does force my loop to go like this. That's going to do a lot to my 6. It's the Quadruple full rank puzzle? Wow. I admit I have rarely seen a puzzle I less wanted to do than the Quadruple full rank puzzle. Okay, these here are at least 2. It's never getting to 8 unless it comes here. So actually, this is also forced to be part of the patina. Oh, right. I'm shading cells that obviously have to be part of the loop. There we go. So this is the 2, and some carnival caking has happened. Carnival cake, come here. There we go. Carnival cake. The triumphant return. The patina extends. In fact, both of these patinas extend. Because this one, even this one is a minimum of 3. This one's a minimum of 4. So it's certainly extending at least to there. This line has to get out, which creates a border, which then forces this patina to extend twice more. That still does not do that. That's still not that. Okay, this is still at least 4, so this still needs to keep growing, so it goes to at least there. Oops, not like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this is currently at 6. The right patina can be 4, and it's either 4, 5, or 6, I believe, are the options. The tree loop has to continue. Oops. Tree loop continues, which then forces the 6 to continue. Like that. This loop now gets forced all the way out the bottom here. So we can blacken these. This patina, again, is a minimum of 4 plus 6 is 10, so it certainly extends. Like that. I'm being told there's not enough room for this to grow to 6. So this here's an interesting point. I don't think this loop can do this anymore. Because I think if the loop does this, it can't get in and out of this area. And so it would have to just continue, and then these clues would be wrong. So this has to actually go down here. And again, now it can't do this, because if it does that, then it breaks this clue down here, because it can't go down there either. So that's a thingy. Like that. And there needs to be at least one horizontal in this row, which there will not be if this goes down. So if this goes down, then I have to escape out immediately, and then I've screwed up this row again. So I can't do that. So I, in fact, have to turn there. Now, this thing is at least 10. 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 is not at least 10. So this has to turn, which finishes this, which makes this a 4. So those are all 4. 4 is some blue color that I'm going to have to try a million things from the palette to decide which one it is. Actually, I think I got it right on the first try. This is at least 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 at the minimum. So, in fact, it's going to have to be 10, because my loop is going to have to do all of that loopy stuff just all on its own. So we should be proud of it. So this, in fact, is 10. So we're going to put a 1 in the corner and a 0 in the center to celebrate that. And so this gets to be a new color, because we don't have any 10s yet. Are there any votes in chat as to what color we would like 10 to be? We have a wide variety of options. Orange. We would like 10 to be orange. Ask and you shall receive. Orange it is. White. There we go. Orange I saw first. Okay, so the fact that this is 10 means nothing, but the fact that this is 4 means there's no loop going here, so it means that we get X's in these two spots and that, because this already sees 4. And now the point is that the X's here now tell me that's a dead end, so it's patina. And this is a dead end, so it's patina. And so then I can get rid of these stupid X's that I don't like to keep track of. So we've got all of that. And now these can get filled in with numbers. So that is a 1, that's a 2, that's a 2, that's a 3. So that's a 3, because this 3 had better go somewhere. We can do our various things. So that is that. That is that. Our 1 is one of the rust buckets. Is it that rust bucket? Yes, it is that rust bucket. Our 2 is carnival cake. There we go. Our 3 has grown here, and so has drug this patina with it. In order for this 3 to possibly be a 3, it actually needs all of these. So this goes up like that, which makes this into an unvisitable wasteland, because it's now a dead end. So it has patinaed. And now these two are in the same omino, so they'd better both be 6, because otherwise one is a 6 and one is a 1. I love that. That's adorable. So that's a 1. And since they're the same, that would be a big problem. So this has become rust bucket. 6s. 6s don't have a color yet. Who wants to color 6? Let's see. Gray for 6. Would you like this darker gray, or would you like this lighter gray? The lighter gray is like the average of your suggestion and Jay Dyer's suggestion. I think the darker gray makes it stand out a little bit more. I think that is a worthwhile endeavoritude. Okay, and Martin supports darker, so we'll definitely go with darker to make Martin happy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so there's one non-horizontal line in here. Just to make the world happy. This can't be a 2 anymore, actually. So it's either a 1 or a 3. Column 3. Row 12 has to go through the... Right. That's very smart. Okay. So remember, we either get both of these or we don't. And if we don't, we're too short because they come as a pair. So it always goes through here, is Ambrose's point, and that is brilliant. Now, do I know if it goes up or down? Probably the answer is I'm supposed to know. This 7. This 7's finally going to help. Because there's 1, 2 here, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I need exactly 1, so I can't turn up. Because if I turned up, I'd get 2. So it turns down, and then turns through here and goes through the bit. And now these are a patina. In fact, that's also a patina, because this is now like a really extended dead end. If I turn here, I have put an odd number of dead ends into this region, which I am not allowed to do. So I must turn that way. And all of these get patinaed. There you go. And so now we get our betting tree, but we're not that far off. For a puzzle this weird, I will consider myself to have betting treed okay, had to have picked this. So the answer is that it is a 3 in the betting tree. And so that is also a 3. People keep claiming I know what row 1, column 3 is. Oh, it's because of this green. The patina does it. There we go. Yes, so the patina does do it. I agree with chat. And this is just a 2, right? This can't be anything but 2. It can't get any more. It just sees 2. I think this is just a 2. So that's a 3 as well. And that's a 2 as well. Oops. And that's a 2 as well. And so we can do some of our little bordering. Let's see. 3 was keen green. 2 was carnival cake, as we well know. So this can't be a 1, so it's at least a 3. And whatever at least a 3 it is, it's growing out that way. At least 1. But it could be exactly 1. This is a dead end now, so I can patina it. And so, therefore, this 3... Oh, no, the 3 could grow either direction, still. And I know I still have to say that this is a 1 now. In fact, just because a bunch of people in chat were saying it, let's count the maximum this can be now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is not 7, so therefore this is a 1 by uniqueness. So we get all of this. So these become bright yellow. This becomes rust bucket. I believe it's that rust bucket. Let's double check. It is that rust bucket. Good. So now that buys me a whole bunch of X's down this column, which is going to now force this over here, which now forces this to be a 3, forcing all of that. There we go. So these 3s become keen green. We are happy with them. This was forced because of that being a 3. So this must just be a 2. A 2 in color, not in spirit. And so we can do that. We don't need the X's there anymore. We don't need the X's there anymore or there. This is now a 2, so that's a 2. Making these 2 also carnivalicious. Okay, This now can't do that, or it would close the loop, so it'll go up there. This has to come up, or it'll close the loop. If this goes left, okay, sorry, this is a bifurcation palette thing. If this goes left, it will go left again, and that will close the loop, so it does not do that thing I just said. It goes up. If this goes right, it will go right again and close the loop, so it does not, so it goes up. And so, therefore, this is now a patina. And now exactly the same arguments apply here, which is that if this turned left, it would be bad. If this turned left, it would be bad. If this turned right, it would be bad. So this is also patina. These extend up. Or sorry, that one extends up. This one does not have to extend up. So we have all of that. This loop has to continue. So this loop can't close the loop, so it has to continue. In order to make life happy. This number is at least a 2, but if you look at possibilities, it must be a 3, because it can't actually... Oh, maybe it could be a 2. It's at least a 2. Sorry, I was thinking that this was coming down here. Actually, I think if this comes down here, it breaks, funnily enough. Because if this comes down here... Now what's this? It's at least a 2, but it can't be a 2, but it can't be a 3 either. So that doesn't work. So the loop doesn't do that. This is a patina. Because the problem was really this not being patina. And so the loop goes there, that loop goes there, that forces this to come over here. Good, good. Oh, hey, Agent! Welcome. We have been greatly enjoying your puzzle. This has been incredibly smooth so far. It would close the loop if these two did their loopy thing, so we have to keep them apart, as sad as that is. This now is at least 3, and so it's either 3 or 4. Those are the only options. Yeah, it's 3 or 4. And so this is the same 3 or 4. This is the same 3 or 4. And then this is 1 or 4. Is how that works. Because of that. Okay. If this goes here, it's going to come up. That looks bad to me. Does not look good, but I might be able to get away with things like counting instead. So like this thing is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This cell is of all colors yellow. So the 7 is going to 7 its way up here. It's going to be not that yellow, but that yellow. The 6s need 2 more, right? There's only one non-horizontal strip here. And so they have to take the tunnel, because if they don't take the tunnel, then they miss. And we can't do that. And then they have to turn up because of that. Good spot from J40 there. Now, this needs to take another horizontal thing, because it's currently only at 2. And so it takes the tunnel, in fact. And that actually finishes our loop and makes these all 4. So let's border in our 4. So the 4s are, I think it's that sky blue, right? It is that sky blue. Good. And now I have to finish my 7, which is currently needs 2 more 7s. So we will depatina re-yellow that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Beautiful. We'll go ahead and give it its well-deserved border. And now this is a 2, and so I can't make it 2 1s, so it has to be Carnival Cake. And we have done this. We can get rid of these extra X's that are no longer necessary. Oh, there's a more Carnival Cake hiding down here. Let's not forget to properly border our Carnival Cake. So there is a 2, and there are some 2s. Beautiful! What a delightful puzzle. I really enjoyed that quite a bit. I've been enjoying these whole sort of like hybridized pencil puzzles. That one was very nice. I feel like this got the difficulty exactly right for where this would be a fun time. Like, I feel like it would probably be pretty easy to make a version of this that is twice as hard, but would definitely not be twice as fun. But I feel like I feel like this got it just right. So very good. Thank you, Agent, for making this. Oh no, Jay, did you find a band name that's also a city to name it after, Jay? That might be a helpful piece of the puzzle. But yeah, more weird loop hybrids. I think that is what I want out of life. Weird looking camel in the middle. Yep. That is a weird looking camel. I named 2 puzzles in a row after bands, Jim. Berlin and Denver were named after the song The Metro by Berlin and the song Old Country Road by John Denver. I really just could not think of a name for Denver to save my life. And then eventually I thought of that and was like, fine, I've now spent an hour trying to think of a name and flipping through a thesaurus, so I'm just going to go with it. Some puzzles just don't want to be named. It's a problem. And then some puzzles I set just because I think of a name, and then I'm like, well, I can't not make the puzzle if I've thought of a name. So that all works. Alrighty. Well, we should wrap up stream there for today. Thank you, everyone, for coming by. Welcome to any new folks. We always like to see new folks. If you are new, please subscribe so you can see when I will be streaming again. We don't bite. We're very friendly. I'd also like to support, words. Please do take a second to like the stream if you have not. Yes. Please do that. That really helps. That's where the new people come from, is from people liking the stream. So if you could do that, that is much appreciated. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. If you want to support the stream, you can do that just by clicking the join button down below. So for as little as $5 a month, you can support the stream. It is much appreciated to all of those of you who do. We thank everyone on all of our Be Right Back screens and everything. So you can see the names of everyone. You can see people using the Zach emotes in chat. All that sort of great stuff. We greatly appreciate it. So thank you very much to everyone. I also like to thank our turbines, David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Logan, Daniel, and Willie. Thank you very much. The support does a lot. It lets us get a new mic, which I'm told at least one of you can tell the difference between the old mic and the new mic in terms of quality, so that's great. But it will make a huge difference when now Tristan is streaming, because Tristan will also have a mic. And so both Tristan and I can have a boom mic where things will hopefully work out more nicely than our sound setup has been before. So I'm greatly looking forward to all of that. On Sunday, we have special guests Jacob and Woofer. So we've got some puzzles lined up for that, so that should be a lot of fun. I hope this was not on the list of puzzles that we had lined up for that, because this seems kind of like a Jacob and Woofer special sort of puzzle. But I'm looking forward to that. But I think that's all I have for now. I think I've talked enough about Denver. And Tristan actually solved Denver on stream the other day, so probably that is enough. But I'm sure I'll have another puzzle at some point. But for now, I'm going to head off and have dinner. So thanks for watching, and see you all soon.